and we've got him back, so hang on to your seats, folks. It's Mr. Scott Stevens. How are you, Scott?
Good evening, Bernie, and good evening, viewers. Very happy to be here in the broadcast booth again. Unfortunately, I hear the blimp may be missing from this round, but we've got the lovely comms box to take care of us tonight.
Yeah, Adrian's a bit busy tonight, but we don't want to get too personal, do we? But anyway, qualifying's going, so Ian Ford's leading qualifying by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's right. Ian Ford's just gone and put that time up there with a 2:06.002. So nice time there, but only a slight margin in front of Sam Sutton, I believe it is, with a 2:06.006.
Yeah, and that's split by, what is that, 0.006? So what is that?
Four 1,000ths of a second, is that right?
Yeah, about 4 or 5 1,000ths of a second, but Kane Kujimiya's in third. Then we've got Murray in fourth, and El Nabi's fifth at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. We've got a few competitors up there that we saw in the last round at Sebring up there again. So going to be a very interesting race towards the front, and I think realistically probably any of the top 10 are probably capable of a podium.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite a long race here tonight, folks. It's a total of 107 laps around Road America, and they're lapping in, the 2-minute mark, so we're looking at, do a bit of maths, about 214 minutes of racing.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if they go six, if it's a 4-hour enduro, or whether or not they go by laps. And just checking the info tab. Yeah, so they allow for 6 hours total. So yeah, it'll go by laps. So 170 laps by the looks of it. Going to be a long race for these guys, and obviously plenty of strategy needs to play into the hands here. We've got not only the track conditions can be very graining on the tyres, but we've got the driver rule that the drivers are only allowed to spend a certain amount of time in the car or complete a certain amount of laps. And then you've got the safety car regulations, which we saw at the last round, Bernie, really bring up a fantastic end to the Sebring round. And obviously again, I believe this round covers 2 mandatory safety cars to be brought out, and the option of what do they call it? The additional third safety car. So we'll see how that pans out towards the end of the race, I guess.
Yeah, and we saw that third safety car be called last round, which meant for a really exciting end to the racing. So it's a great innovation there. Having a look at the track and the weather, as you can see, it's overcast out there with the wind speed 14 kilometres an hour. The track temp's a nice cool 28 degrees Celsius. So I'm sure the guys out there are going to appreciate the cooler weather tonight.
Yeah, it's probably ideal conditions. Great track temp, really good weather temperature as well, coming in at that 25 degrees mark. So it'll be a very quick pace race, and we'll should make for some great racing.
Yeah, it certainly should, and at the moment Ian Ford is still on provisional pole, but he's got to keep an eye on Matt Stratford. He's 4,000ths of a second behind him at the moment, and I'm sure with 5 minutes to go, Matt's going to be trying to take that pole position.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the time that a lot of the drivers are going to venture out on track. Obviously, it's started to rubber up a lot more. Probably get a little bit of more heat into the actual track itself, and so we should see a lot of guys start to filter out of pit lane with some new tyres on board and get their qualifying time down and try and move up the order as best they can.
Yeah, we can see Matt now. He's got a pretty good run this time through, so coming up to the last corner, we'll see if he can snatch pole position here.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good kind of middle sector there, a little bit in the green, and it's probably steadied out a little bit at the moment, so he should bank a good lap in here as he comes up to the line. And must have had an off track there, I think, Bernie, because it hasn't recorded the time for that lap that he did, so he must have got an off track or an X somewhere.
Yeah, so he's going to have to go again. Ian Ford couldn't improve. His time was a 2:06.137, so he's currently fastest lap 2:06.002.
Yeah, that's right. And Kane Cougar-Mia are sitting in the pit lane at the moment, so not sure if they're going to go back out again with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. We've got Cooper Murray out on track. El Navi out on track as well. Cooper Murray actually looks like he's on a bit of a hot lap at the moment in the number 49 car, setting some pretty good green sector times there as well, and also Michael Hammond as well, so doing a great job out there and trying to just bump themselves up the grid a bit.
Yeah, and Matt Stratford outbraked himself at the end of that long straight, so he's had another off track, so we'll see if he actually has time to have another crack at this. But I think he might be able to squeeze one more lap in, depending on how quick he gets around here.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, you want to be crossing that line at around the 2 minute and 10 mark to go, so anybody that can get in around that time should be able to get in another lap, that's for sure.
And then further down we've got Michael Hammond 6 at the moment, Michael Cracknell 7th, Josh Burden in 8th, 9th, Jake Maloney, and rounding out the top 10 at the moment, Heath Brennan.
Yeah, and coming in P11 at the moment, Simon Tennant, Craig Jones in P12, Dave Baxter P13, P14 Daniel Auckland, and rounding out the 15 is Glenn Hostelwaite. I'm going to pronounce that, sorry if that's wrong, Glenn, that's your top 15 at the moment, and we've got, by the looks of it, some guys out there. Cooper Murray looking like he's on an absolute flyer at the moment. His sector times have dropped a fair bit, so he should probably be on for a low, actually, as he crossed the line, 2:07.7. Didn't improve his time actually, but did look like he was going to there for a while.
Yeah, and Matt Stratford did start another flyer, but it hasn't gone his way, and he's sitting in the pits, so I'd say that's him done for qualifying, because there's no way he could get around from there and put in a flying lap at this stage.
That's right, we've actually got a change of driver now in car number 1. Jared Fissel is racing tonight, so interesting to see what lap he can bank together. So that's good to see some new guys, new faces coming into the series, and obviously bit of word of mouth getting out there about the competitiveness and the good racing that we're seeing.
Yeah, it's great to see. We've got a field of about 36 out there at the moment, and we see Jared on screen. He's had an off track there, so unfortunately that time won't be banked, but no doubt he's just trying to get a few laps into the car before this race starts.
Yeah, that's right, and he's no slouch around here. As we saw last year, he came second in the V8's Cops race, just hitting, I think, about 4 corners from the end. So definitely these guys will be one to watch throughout the race, so looking forward to that.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting race, that's for sure, because as this race progresses and the drivers change, it's going to be interesting to see how compatible each of the drivers are to each other, and if they can remain consistently where they start, basically, for the end of this race.
Yeah, and we touched on that the other week, didn't we, about guys building the setups around 2 different drivers, and you know, how that affects each driver in where the differences lie. So you know, if you can get two drivers which like a similar setup and are going to do lap times within maybe a couple of hundredths of each other, then they're going to be a pretty solid result or team throughout the whole race, as we see the checkered flag has been waved now. So anybody who's out there wanting to cross the line, you're not going to get any further laps done.
Yeah, we can see Josh Burden that on screen at the moment. He's got as high as 8th, so that's where he'll be starting, and we'll just wait for the qualifying to finish, and then we will start taking everyone through the grid.
Yeah, just had race control give the final driver briefing to the drivers, so they'll be listening into that and taking note of what they're allowed to do and what they're not allowed to do.
Yeah, it's always good to have a driver's briefing, but I guess let's start going through the grid, because we've got a big grid to go through. 36 drivers will be starting here tonight.
Yeah, sure. Did you want to do that, Benny, or do you want me to?
I'll go through. We can always swap every 10 and give me a bit of a break.
Yep.
So in pole position tonight will Ian Ford with the 206.002, 4 thousandths of a second in front of Matt Stratford, who'll be starting out a second. Third is Jared Filsell, followed by Cooper Murray in fourth. Fifth is Farzen El Nabi. Now I've got to work out. Yep, there we go. Sixth is Matt Hammond, followed by Cracknell in 7th. Josh Burden will start out of 8th tonight, Maloney out of 9th, and Heath Brennan will start out of 10th position.
Pretty solid top in there as we go into the next 10. So 10 in 11th, Jones 12th, followed by Baxter, Ackland, Postlethwaite, Gillum, Heusler, Thompson, Rushton, and rounding out your 20 is Cloet, I would pronounce that, so Matthew Cloet.
Out of 21st will be Neck, followed by Trim in 22nd. Wyburn will start out of 23rd today, followed by Chappell, and then Henry King will start out of 25th. 26th is Borg, followed by Reith Lynn, I think it is, out of 27th. Ben out of 28th, Zeller 29th, and McLeod will start out of 30th.
Followed by Mitchell McLeod, 31st, Jamie Owens, 32nd, Creamers, Northie, D'Angelo, and rounding out your 36 is Chris Hogan. Few names in that order, Benny, that I would expect to probably be a little bit more up the order, and we might see them, you know, come through the field if they make the grid.
Yeah, so we're just basically waiting for qualifying to finish up, and then we'll be ready to start this race.
Yeah, the guys will be loading up their race setups now and heading towards the grid.
We can see the grid starting to set themselves up now. This is the time when tensions start to rise as a driver, isn't it? And you're focused on getting a good start and trying to get through that first couple of corners unscathed.
Yeah, that's right. You want to get that clutch biting point sorted out, but not too much that you're going to jump on the start. So drivers will be wanting to keep an eye on that, and obviously wanting to get a clean start where they can.
Yeah, and it's quite a fine line, isn't it, to actually get that bite right without getting any wheel spin, because if you wheel spin these cars, you go nowhere fast.
It's very correct. You'll get bump from the guys behind, and not in terms of hit, but they'll take that position from you. And the other thing that we've got to worry about here, Bernie, is it's actually an uphill start as well, so you don't want that car rolling back and then trying to save that from your start as well.
Yeah, we can see the grid just starting to set up. I'm trying to find our pole sitter, and that's Ian Ford. He has not made the grid as yet. No doubt he's just getting his car final setup done.
Yeah, there's actually now a few more guys now starting to land to roll up. We've got Brenton O'Brien actually starting out of the 15 car, so a bit of a strategy call there.
We can see the field. Let's jump up into the blimp, because I do have the keys to the blimp, and you can just see
awesome.
that field. So
Revs rising.
Yeah, revs are rising now. We can see our pole seater Ian Ford now just starting to get ready to go, and we're underway here for round 6 of the Sudden Death Enduro Racing. Ian Ford got quite a slow start there. And
Brenton O'Brien, sorry, Bernie, is in that car, but you're right, he did get a slow start. Matt Stratford taking up P1 as they come into the first corner.
Yeah, and Mitchell Kolick is second at the moment, so Brenton dropped down to third, and he's got quite a gaggle of cars up behind him at this point in time.
Yeah, very big gaggle of cars, as we've got one slightly off. Oh, and they're trying to squeeze the gap there. We've got almost 3 wide coming out down the second part of this straight.
Yeah, and you can see the front 2 are out getting a bit of a gap, which is probably a good thing, because it's crazy down here in midfield.
Yeah, well, they don't want to be involved in any of that at all, so you see a little bit of action down into it. Must be turn 3 or 4, I think. Bit of 2x2 side-by-side action. Guys trying to get plenty of room. There's actually got an incident in the background there, and I wasn't able to see who it was, but looked like we've may have one off in the grass and in the fence.
Yeah, one of those drivers was Brodie Maris. He's rejoined, and he's back there in 20th with a lot of rear end damage. But meanwhile, up the front we have Matt Stratford leading Mitchell Kolick. They've got a huge gap at the moment back to Farzan El Nabi. That gap is, 2.6 seconds.
Yeah, massive gap already, really. That's most guys have just streaked away, and that's for them to do, and to get out of the bumper car effect that seems to occur throughout the field with these V8 supercars.
And Josh Burton just made a move there, and Brendan O'Brien, so Josh Burton up to 4th. Brenton's a bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment, as Jared Filseld now starts to tap on the rear of his car to let him know he wants to get through here tonight.
Yeah, that's right. He's actually made a really good apex at that last corner and up the front straight for the first time. Jared Filseld sitting beside Brenton. He'll get this pass made. He's in the right position for turn 1, and we might see a couple of the other cars just sitting behind, try and follow through.
As they go 2 wide through turn 1 here.
I think it's great, Bernie, when these guys can go 2 wide, but they actually give each other plenty of racing room, and that's what's really needed. Like, you don't want to be ending up in the wall, on the grass, in pit lane. Even though they've got fast repairs, it's not a time that you want to be spending in pit lane for no real reason.
We've already seen something I didn't want to see here tonight, and that is David Baxter for Redback Racing. He's come unstuck here in turn 1, and he's into the wall.
Well, there you go, Ben. That's exactly what we were just talking about. You need to get through these opening, I would say probably 5 to 10 laps, just nice and easy, even if it means not like battling for position, but just get yourself back into a comfortable zone, know where your opponents are weak and where you're strong, and then try and make the appropriate clean pass. And I wasn't able to see Dave's incident, but hopefully it wasn't due to a crash or being taken out. It might have just been a driver mistake, but still, it's not something even to happen.
Yeah, he got a bit checked up there in turn 1 and had a bit of a helping hand from the driver behind, but I'm sure race control will be all over that.
Yeah, they should be having a look at it, and I believe that they will hand out live penalties. So if they deem it to be wrong, then they'll jump on that straight away. As just having a look up the front now, we've got Thistle onto the back of Burton, I believe it is there. So Jared carrying a lot of speed, and he'll make this move pretty easy. Josh won't fight it. They've got a race plan, and they'll be sticking to their own strategy and hopefully just plug away at it for now.
Yeah, so they're going pretty deep under brakes here, and Philsell through, Burden back now to 5th. So your top 5 folks: Mitchell Kolak first, Matt Stratford second, Forzan El Nabi third, followed by Philsell, and rounding out your top 5 is Burden.
Yeah, it's a pretty good start there from Burden. He's jumped up, I believe, 5 spots from his grid position. So Jared actually fell back a little bit. I was a little bit surprised about that, but he's now making his way back up towards the front, and as I say that, has actually set the fastest lap of the race with a 206.9. Only guy into the 206s, so he'll be no doubt up towards the front and battling for the lead in the next couple of laps.
For some reason, folks, I'm not sure what the heck it is, but we're not getting fastest lap on our overlays, so we'll just have to rely on Scott to feed that to us as he sees it.
No worries, I'll let the viewers know, mate, and hopefully we can keep everybody up to date. Just having a look back through the pack at the moment, great battle for, looks like 12th, 11th, 12th, oh gosh, I'm actually a little bit stuck with the numbers here, but it looks like...
Yeah, so that's Sean Thompson, Brenton O'Brien, Michael Ford there.
Yes.
So Michael's just made a move there on Brenton. He's sitting there in 12th. He's got Heath Brennan in 13th right behind him, followed by Darryl Hockey and then Matthew Clowett in 15th.
A massive battle pack going on here. This is legitimately pretty much from 13th all the way down to oh my gosh, I think we would be looking at about 23rd, so a good 10 car battle group realistically happening there, so really good to see some close battles all the way through the field.
Yeah, and that car, the number 15, Brenton O'Brien, they did have pole position. He's slid a fair ways down. He's up 12th at the moment, but it looks like he's finding his rhythm now and starting to put out some consistent laps.
That's what you need to do, Bernie. You just need to get into that groove and then start making your consistent laps. And once you do that, you will just start to progress your way through the field. Just want to touch on, while we can, and we'll get this covered off, is the non-starters. We've actually got 6 cars didn't start: the Sam McLeod, Creamers, Hogan, Mitchell McLeod, D'Angelo, Norley and Owens are all non-starters. So 29 grid field that started tonight.
It's a shame we don't see Mitchell McLeod out there, isn't it? Because he was quite a bit of a hard charger in the last round.
Yeah, he definitely had some good pace, so whether it's maybe a technical issue, as his father as well, being Sam McLeod, not making the grid as well, so I know that they both race from the same place, but yeah, it's interesting to see. Hopefully they can get that sorted and make the next round.
Just see there Darryl Hockey going past there of Heath Brennan, who's now down to 14th position.
Yeah, just having a look at Heath and some of his lap times. It's not coming for some reason. Yes, it is. Sorry. Yeah, he must have got caught up with a little bit of action, because he went into the low 2-minute 10s, then out to a 2-minute 12.6, so nearly does have pace, but by the looks of it, might have just been caught up with a bit of a battle there and lost a couple of positions maybe on lap 3, and now trying to make his way back up through for the Fusion Sim Racing GT Omega Commodore, and battling hard on the back of Daryl Hockey in the Angry Birds Racing Team Simulated Falcon.
And I'll tell you what, there's battles all up and down the field here tonight. We can see Wayne Taylor and Henry King, Adam Highlands in a big battle here, and too wide back here in 17th.
I don't know where to look at the moment. There's action going off everywhere, and actually we've just had a car go off. Who was that? Looks like Adam Highland, sitting there just waiting for traffic to go through, and now gets back going. So car number 404 there, one of the tryhards cars, I believe that might be, maybe not. Team driver skill not found. So maybe a bit of a joke there that they're running a certain livery or team name as a bit of a joke.
Yeah, I'd say so. But yeah, he actually tangled wheels there with Wayne Taylor and got a bit of air there. So fortunately, he didn't roll that car, and he's come back out in 26th position. He was in 18th.
Yeah, it's a lot of spots to drop, and not only the spots that you drop, it's also the time that you're spending off the track trying to get back onto the track. So yeah, those guys will be wanting to now press on, but when you start pressing on, that's where not incidents but mistakes start to happen.
Yeah, and at the moment, Mitchell Kolak's gap last time by with 3.2 seconds. Oh, and we've got a big crash down here on turn 1. That was Michael Ford there.
Well, I haven't picked up on that one. Don't know what's going on with my side of things, but yeah, didn't pick up on that, unfortunately. So what happened there, Bernie? Did just lose himself or get taken out?
No, he had a lot of gap. It looked like a hardware failure because we're just watching the replay now. He turned right instead of turning left. Oh yeah, he got the wheels off there onto the grass in braking, and that's thrown him left straight down into the fence and the tyres into turn 1. So that's a huge hit as he's just trying to avoid the gravel trap there. He went in real deep.
Oh, didn't he ever? Wow, that's yeah, I don't know what to say about that one, but it's not how you want to be entering pit lane, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I reckon he went so far out that he'd need a GPS to find his way back to the track.
That's a good one. I like that one, Benny. That was good. As we look up at the leaders at the moment, we've got the ANZ Simworks number 49 car of Mitchell Sealak. He's out in P1 leading the bunch, and followed by El Nabi, roughly about 3.6 seconds behind, and then Fissel just behind El Nabi there, and probably going to put pressure on for a pass anytime soon. Stratford in 4th, and Burton rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, and we're riding with Jared there as he gets it on the grass. I don't know how he held on to that. Some good sideways action there with Jared.
He's not shy of a bit of old sideways action, and doesn't mind turning on a complete amount of opposite lock, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's having some good clenching fun out there. That's all I can say about that one. As he now goes through and he takes that position, he's up to 2nd now. So Jared's looking very racy. It's going to be interesting to see if he can start to close that gap down. It's 3.9 seconds last time through to Mitchell Kolak.
Yeah, that's right, but he's roughly about 2 to 4 tenths quicker than Mitchell, so I think now he's got a bit of open space, he'll close that lap down pretty quickly, and can actually see from the telemetry of their cars that his sector times he will be gaining this lap, and yeah, looking to catch Mitchell and Bernie. That'll be a ANZ Simworks 1-2 at the moment.
Wow, that's pretty good. They're looking strong out here tonight, and I tell you what, Jared's just pulled such a huge gap there on El Nabi. Having a look at the live telemetry, he's already pulled about 1 second.
Yeah, probably about 1 to maybe 1.5 seconds there. So Jared definitely got the pace, and obviously these ANZ cars are set up better than a presidential election, Bernie.
Yeah, well, I'm lost for words. I don't know what to say to that.
Maybe we should just keep commentating. Interesting to see. Oh, actually, they just have crossed the line, I believe. So the gap there, yeah, 3.6 seconds. So probably stagnated out a little bit there towards the end of the lap, but Jared's last lap still about 2/10 quicker overall.
Yeah, he's definitely got the speed out there and closing in. So it'll be interesting in the next few laps once he does close in to see if he can actually wrestle that lead from Colac.
Yeah, I think you might think that they might play a bit of a team's role, and Jared might catch up, and then they just drive kind of together and look after each other, and then worry about it towards the end. If Jared can see that he's got the speed, there's no need for him to jump straight in front and belt off. He could probably sit behind and save some fuel and let the strategy of the race play a little bit of a part, because don't forget we've got those mandatory safety cars as well, Bernie.
Yeah, I was about to talk about those because they're going to have quite a big gap, but at what point do they then start just settling in and managing that gap, knowing that a safety car is more than likely going to be called here tonight?
It's a difficult one, I think, because it's the unknown. And what I mean by that is we don't know, and nobody out in the race knows when the safety car is going to get thrown. Are they going to throw? Well, they have to throw the mandatory 2, but they do have the option of the third safety car. It's a program that the race admins use, and it gives them, I believe, a lap number that the safety car gets called. Is the way that it's been instructed to me how it works.
So what, they've got some sort of computer that generates the lap that the safety car comes out, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think it's just a randomly generated number, and once that number gets reached, they then call the safety car, and it's only race control, the only people who know what that number is.
Oh, interesting. I sort of imagined they were doing, rock, scissors, papers every lap and to work it out.
That's a good possibility, but no, I believe that there is a technical way that they do it. Or was I just watching Mitchell now, and he's looking like he's starting to get a little bit skaty in the rear, so maybe it's a tyre pressure issue starting to come into play, or maybe he's just trying to press on a little bit and make Jared work a little bit harder for that to gain that time back up to him.
Yeah, and meanwhile we've also seen Craig Jones make a pass on Marty Carroll there, so Jones is up to 7th and Carroll back to 8th.
Yeah, still some great battles happening throughout the field. Still down in 12th and 13th, just about a second gap there, not even a second. Followed by even 14th Henry King in the number 52 car as well, which is the ANZ, third of the ANZ cars. So they've got a pretty strong, contingent drivers out there tonight.
Yeah, I'm just astounded at the size of this field we've got tonight. potentially we could have had 36 out there, but 29 still a strong field, considering, you know, 2 to 3 rounds ago they only had about 20 drivers.
Yeah, I think it's probably getting a little bit more popular, and guys are getting not only track time, Bernie, but they're able to, you know, use this as a bit of, say, maybe testing for races later on in other series that they might race, and get a good base set up and information for other races down the track. So we all know that the most important thing is seat time, and if you can get that in any series, you're only going to go. Oh, we've got a massive accident. Sorry, Bernie. Car number 52 has spun coming out of, I believe, corner 1, who's been collected, and he looks like he was collected by Matthew Clowett, I think it may be, in the Pro Sports Racing car number 17. Massive damage on that car. Those guys are going to have to try and limp that back now. Sorry, it wasn't Matthew Clowett. It was Wayne Taylor collected him. So, yeah, massive incident there.
Yeah, and that was Henry King in the 52. He got in the back of that other car and both into the wall very heavily. But I tell you what, as the field's trying to avoid Henry King, he got clouded big time by one of the men's link cars there. So we've got 3 very heavily damaged cars.
Yeah, that's right. And we've there's plenty of smoke getting trailed out behind the number 600, who ended up becoming involved in that incident. So he's probably got about half a track to get back to the pit lane, and obviously a few oil lines and whatnot ruptured and dripping onto the exhaust, and a big trail of smoke behind him.
Yeah, and Henry King didn't make it very much further. He's actually had to get that car towed back, which was probably a wise move because it was pumping out a huge amount of oil.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Henry. We're just talking about him, and you know, probably just doing a solid job and moving up the field. But I think the Henley car got a little bit pretty crossed up on the dirt in turn 1 and was trying to save it, and I think it didn't really leave Henry much to do, and they've made maybe a little bit of contact, which has obviously put Henry into the wall, and that's 2 cars sitting in pit lane. I believe that there is fast repairs, so hopefully they'll be able to use one of those. Yeah, 4 fast repairs, Bernie, so it'll be the tow time into the pit lane, but once the tow is finished, they'll be able to do their fast repair and a pit stop, and maybe work that backwards into their strategy for later on in the race.
Yeah, I'm sure that a lot of their team co-drivers or managers are scrambling to get their calculators out to work out what they can do as far as race strategy goes to recover from that. But they've got a lot of time. It's only lap 11 of 107 here.
Yeah, plenty of time, and other guys may get involved in incidents at the same time throughout the race, so we'll just see how that pans out for those guys, and keep an eye on them and let you know towards the end how they're travelling.
And Henry almost got away with it. He did hit the wall pretty hard, but the majority of that damage was from the men's link car that just couldn't get out of his way, because, you know, you're stuck behind another car and you come around that corner and all of a sudden there's a car parked across the road. But yeah, 3 heavily trashed cars out of that.
Definitely wouldn't have seen him. He's ducked out behind another car, and he's yeah, unfortunately kind of last second seeing the car in front, which was Henry, and not really much places to go. And speaking of not many places to go, we've actually, you know, just checking out the number 15 car, Bernie, they've dropped down to 15th position now, and they were off of position for this race. So, obviously Ian being the lead driver for that team, and Brenton jumping in, who's now sitting P14. But that's a lot of work for Ian to do to try and bring the car back up through the field, and especially against some not bad steerers that are going to be in front of him and aren't going to make it easy either.
Yeah, it was an interesting call by the Demidov team, wasn't it? To Ian did set pole position, but then throwing it to his co-driver and say, here you go, off you go, you can start from pole, and we'll see you on the other side.
Yeah, and maybe, it could be that thing that we've talked about before, where compromise of car setup, it could be very much well suited to Ian, because I think there was roughly about a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds difference in lap times for those two throughout the practice session. And just having a look now, so yeah, Brenton's best times are 209.5. And in qualifying, we saw Ian Ford down into a 206.01, 206.1, 206.2, so roughly about 2 to 2.5 seconds difference. I know that we're talking about qualifying compared to race, but it'll be interesting once they get Ian in to see the lap time difference and how that setup is compromised for them both.
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? It's I guess these enduros, it's almost like the average time of both drivers is going to almost dictate where you're going to finish in the field. But I'll tell you what, Jared is last time through is 1.9 seconds behind Mitchell Kolak here, so he's making inroads on the on our leader here.
He sure is, and lap time difference of the last time around, we're looking about 6/10 of a second quicker. Jared with a 206.7 and Mitchell with a 207.3. So Jared consistently in the 206s and the only guy to be consistently in the 206s. So if he's not up there and battling for the lead in the next couple of laps, Bernie, I'll be pulling my hair out and wondering why I'm going bald.
Well, at least you got hair to pull out. But anyway, I don't know. If I was their manager, I wouldn't want these two to be racing too close to each other. Because I don't know about you, but team managers generally get a bit nervous when both their cars are nose to tail.
Yeah, they do. But I think battle hard, but don't take each other out, and that's your priority as any driver in a team is you obviously want to beat your fellow teammates, but you don't want to be taking each other out of like a really solid result and destroying what could potentially been a really good outing for the whole team.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. And at the moment, ANZ 1-2 here tonight, and I tell you what though, Jared's looking really strong. He just set as fastest time 206.475, so it looks like my telemetry's starting to work again.
Bernie, that's a second quicker than Mitchell on that lap alone. That is absolutely committed, and I guarantee you'll probably not see a more committed lap than that.
We're just coming up to lapped cars now as David Baxter steps aside and lets Jared through, and Jared caught the lapped car a lot in a better position than Mitchell did, because he caught him just as they were entering turn 3.
Yeah, this is where it plays in the hands of the second place car, because the guys getting lapped know now that, hey, the lead bunch are coming through, so it probably makes them a little bit more aware of their surroundings and who's behind them, that type of thing, as we see one of the cars actually just pull aside and let Mitchell through. Just have a look who that was. Actually Michael Ford. So Michael's got enough experience. He knows when is a good place to sidestep and to let these guys through, and he doesn't want to hold them up any more than he has to, as we see him pull aside again. So great work there by Michael in the KRF Motorsports number 27 car. Very good race ethics.
Yeah, and it's generally been very good right through the field, as we've seen. Well, not right through the field, but each time we see a car being lapped, they are stepping aside as soon as they can. And the drivers lapping them also are showing a bit of patience in waiting for them to step aside.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's up to the passing car to overtake safely. But there's got to be a little bit of lenience there as well. So you've obviously got to have blue flags waving being the lapped car, and you've got to have your relative and your spotter telling you, hey, you know, these guys behind, you know, you need to kind of give them a bit more room than what you would if you were battling for position. As we see, Jared now has closed the gap to not even, well, it's 0.2 of a second, as we can see clearly on the screen now, and the battle's really livening up towards the front.
Yeah, and it looks like Jared's getting off the corners just a little bit better than Mitchell is at the moment, but Jared's right on his back bumper now. Is he going to have a look on the inside? He showed his nose. No, he's not.
Jared's a very smart racer when it comes to that. He'll sit behind a car and he'll find where his strengths are and where his opponent's weaknesses is, and he's very good at being able to carry speed in and through the corner. So he's very good on the brakes, but also gets a good setup in the car to be able to get power down very easily. And I dare say, Bernie, that his aim for tonight is getting that number one on the car in the number one position.
Yeah, well, he's starting to show his intentions, but he's just tucked back a bit now. He's about 3 car lengths running wide across the grass. He doesn't want to do that too often.
No, and you run the risk there of risk versus reward, and off track like that could easily damage the front splitter or send you off into a tyre wall, and you'll be sitting in pit lane as he gets a rear end all locked up under brakes as he closes in on Mitchell. And tell you what, Bernie, I'm impressed. It looks like they've gone and changed their wheel colour there with a nice black wheel and got rid of those chrome things that was not SCAFE approved.
You're not you don't like chrome, I take it.
I think chrome deserved its rightful place back in the 90s, and unfortunately we're not in the 90s anymore, so or unless you're Lewis Hamilton, and well, that just creates a whole new book to be opened up, doesn't it?
Oh, we don't even want to be anywhere near Mr. Hare, Lewis Hamilton, but so what you're saying is black is the new chrome.
Black is the black, mate. There's only ever been black. As we've actually got safety car coming out, Bernie. So this is the first of the mandatory safety cars, and we've seen Jared not able to get that pass made before the safety car's been called. So all the cars now will line up behind one another. They'll kind of race up towards the back of the safety car. Within half a lap, they'll be the safety car will exit the pit. Yeah, Bernie, black is always black and it will always be a great colour, but yeah, chrome, that's just a phase that people go through.
Well, I hate to tell you, mate, I don't think black is a colour, I think it's a shade.
Well, we can always get technical, but yeah, anyways, I like it with black. I think the cars look really great, and yeah, hopefully they'll kick that chrome to the curb.
Fair enough, we better go and change the wheels on all my cars then, because I think I'm sporting nice chrome.
I don't know. I just, yeah, anyways. It's going to be interesting to see if anybody pits, Bernie. I think that's going to be, what are we in now? We've done only 16 laps. I'm kind of predicting maybe around the 25 to 27 mark on fuel. Don't quote me on that because I haven't done any laps around here and I don't have fuel numbers, but going off of previous rounds and lap times that we saw at other tracks, I kind of think that that's what we're going to be up for. So if that's the case, we're going to be roughly about 10 short, and whether or not that'll play into the hands later on, because remember we saw that early pit stop that the ERA car did last round at Sebring, and I think it was ERA, and they jumped. Yeah, ERA, Ian Ford. They jumped a fair amount of gap to the rest of the field.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if anyone chooses to do that. I'll tell you what, Jared's just pulled up next to Mitchell there, starting to rev his engine, sending him a signal, I think.
Maybe a bit of Morse code there, you think, Bernie?
Yeah, I think it's I'm coming through as soon as this restart comes through. Anyway, folks, let's give you a roundup of the top 10 while the race is under safety car. So Mitchell Kolak leads, Jared Filsell, Fawzan El Nabi sitting in third, Matt Stratford back to fourth, Josh Burden is in fifth at the moment, followed by Jason Bent sixth, Craig Jones seventh, eighth is Simon Tennant, Heath Brennan is in ninth, and 10th is Sean Thompson.
Yeah, solid effort there, and a good-looking top 10 as well. So plenty of guys have kind of moved down the order and back up. We saw Brennan down, I think, as far as about 14th or 15th, and he's made his way back up into the top 10. He started out at P10, so it's good to see for those guys who are just out for a bit of a Friday night thing.
Yeah, and it looks like our latest retirement is Jake Maloney. It looks like he's decided that enough is enough, or that car can't be fixed, as we see Sean there take to the grass, I think.
I'm wondering if he's had a bit of a glitch or something there, maybe. Bernie, I've just had a thought. Mate.
Oh, well done.
I know what Jared's doing. He's wrapping a parcel. That's what he's doing.
Oh, God.
He's wrapping that parcel. He's got FedEx on speed dial. I reckon we're going to see it sent well and truly for that P1 position once that safety car comes in.
Yeah, well, he's got a bit of time, hasn't he, to get that sticky tape out and start licking all those stamps and doing all that old school stuff. I wonder if it'll be encased in a nice chrome ribbon.
Mate, I think it's going to be an express post package, to be honest, so we might not even see bubble wrap included, but it's going to be on for young and old, and we'll see what these guys do. Plenty of commitment from them both anyway so far.
Yeah, so you reckon he's just going to lob it in through the driver's window there on his way past? Is that how it works?
Something like that. We'll see. It'll be an interesting start, that's for sure. And these guys have actually got a couple of cars. Got Michael Ford, Dave Baxter between Jared and El Nabi in P3. P4, Matt Stratford sitting right behind El Nabi, and then a couple of cars, or one car in between them and Burton, as we see a heap of cars piling into pit lane. So is this the early pit stop that's needed, Bernie? Is this going to now get these teams and stuff through to the end? Is that what we're seeing? We've got roughly about, I reckon half the field's coming through the pit lane at the moment. Yeah,
well, Jared, our leader, Mitchell Kolak's, Mitchell and Jared are both coming in, so Jared might even jump him here in the pits.
Jared's been pretty renowned for being light on fuel, so if that's the case, he might jump them in the order. As we see some driver changes and that getting done as well, Bernie.
Yeah, and what this is going to also do, temporarily anyway, is give some of these drivers a lap back. They're the ones that have chosen to stay out. So David Baxter, Michael Ford, they were a lap down. They're back on the lead lap, as is James Bell and Henry King.
Oh, massive. Something's happened. Cooper Murray is out, and Jared was in pit lane for a long time, Bernie.
He was 37 seconds was his pit stop. Michael Cracknell in the 184. Oh no, he hasn't pitted, has he? Sorry, I'll take that back.
Well, he actually has pitted, but maybe he's pitted a lot earlier. Hasn't needed as much fuel, so now that's actually moved him up the field because we've obviously bunched behind that safety car, and then he's been out of there and closed that gap. So it is registered that he has actually pitted already, Bernie.
Yeah, he's registered as pitting at 46 seconds was his, but I think Jared's was slow because what I heard was they had trouble finding the satchel for this package he's trying to post.
Okay. I think the satchel's the car, Bernie. So, but just having a look at pit times themselves, Jared's pit lane time was in the stop was 36.9 seconds, and the number 49 of Sealak and Murray was only 31.8, so roughly 7 seconds quicker there in the pit stop.
Yeah, so it's also looking at all the people that have stopped. Every single car out there has received service. A couple of guys aren't down for a pit stop, but they have had a fast repair, and that's Henry King, Wayne Taylor and Gary Cooper, and they were all involved in that big accident that we saw about 5 laps ago. So the safety car lights are... Oh, there's just a big bang behind us somewhere. Sounds like someone's hit the guardrail, but the safety car lights are out. We're going to go back racing here soon, and I'll tell you what, the leaders have about 4 cars ahead of them that are effectively almost a lap down.
Yeah, it's going to really be interesting. I mean, technically, the technical leader of the race is Cooper Murray.
Yeah.
And he did not show low pace in the Sebring round. He was a rather quick driver. He teamed up with Henry King. They're just jostling, I think, for a position. So lights are still on the safety car. I'm not sure if that's been outstanding or not.
Yeah, they've turned the lights back on. There was a big accident I heard behind us, a big bang, like someone had just gone and blown a motor or hit the wall or something, but they've decided to put the safety car lights back on. Now the lights are off again, so we should be going racing next time by.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the Simon Tennant car, number 444, and he's not teamed up with anybody, but he seems to be having to give positions back. I'm not sure what that's actually for, and we might try and find out for you, but at this stage, yeah, we don't have the information that we need. Was it Simon Tennant? No, it's not Simon Tennant, my bad. Simon Tennant. It's Gary Cooper, sorry, in the 674 car. So I'm wondering if they've had a infringement through pit lane and have now got to go to the end of line. I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, and that car is 1 lap down at the moment. Well, it is according to my telemetry, and they're down there now in 27th, so maybe they did send them to the back of the line.
Yeah. Bit of an odd one, but if there's any of our viewers out there from the Henlick team, if they can let us know what happened there, and we can obviously let our viewers know what the case was, but unfortunately we can't get any information from the team at this time.
And Michael Cracknell is our effective leader, but I tell you what, Cooper Murray is right on his back door, and he's going to want to clear him pretty quickly because he's got his teammate Jared Filsell also wanting to do his express post past. What's that? Oh, tongue twister.
Certainly was, Bernie. Yeah, we've got Cooper Murray there sitting in P2, Cracknell P1. and we saw Crackers have some reasonable pace at the last round, but I'm not sure they ended up with a good result. And then obviously Thistle in P3, so some very talented drivers. The one I'm kind of worried about is Wayne Taylor. I'm not sure why the leader hasn't been picked up, but I think that's a case of the good old safety car issue that we tend to find with iRacing, and hopefully they'll get it fixed one day to suit road racing, series.
Yeah, I think they really need to look at the safety car and just update it for road racing, as you said, and because road racing has definitely taken off, hasn't it?
Certainly has. We've got a number of cars, obviously a lot of V8 Supercar, which is very big in the Australian and New Zealand community. GT3, I think we've now got about 4, maybe 5 series over a week to a fortnight kind of period. And then you've got like your monthly run events, such as the V8 Cops Premier Series and the Australian Endurance Championship, which is obviously a multi-class racing. As I think we're going to go green now, Bernie. We're going to see the safety car pull off in the lane, and these guys will kind of hold safety car speed until the green, and then away they go. So
we're under green.
I'm interested to see what Wayne Taylor's going to do. Does he move aside? Cracker's having a look, putting the nose down on the inside, makes the pass nice and clean, and following through is Cooper Murray with now Thistle right behind in P3. He'll want to get that pass made as soon as he can, and sends it down on the end into turn 2 and makes the pass.
So I guess that's counted as an envelope, not the package, because he's still got the package with him, hasn't he? I'm getting confused.
Bernie, the package is the car, so the package is going to... I will explain it to viewers. If you manage to go for a nice late pass on somebody, you pull it off, you have definitely sent the parcel, which is your car, made the pass, so the parcel's been delivered, and do not return it to sender. Unfortunately though, we have another way of looking at it, that if you send it and you don't pull off the pass, it's a dive bomb. So there you go, viewers. If you've ever wondered what we're talking about, that's what we're meaning, and hopefully we've got you all up to date there. We see some great battles forming, Wayne Taylor falling back through the field, and letting these faster cars go through.
Yeah, so at the moment Michael Cracknell's leading, followed by Cooper Murray and Jared Fulsell, but they're all starting to bunch up here and the temperature's rising.
As I'm just seeing Cracknell's times, Bernie, from the race, he has been he's had a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest. 207s, 208s, then we dropped into the 220s, then the 209s, and then obviously behind the safety car into the 3-minute mark. So it'll be interesting to see if these guys can hold the ANZ cars behind, but it's like Cooper Murray's got a lot of pace and sitting in the draft. I think he's going to pull out and have a go. He's going to send it into turn 1, is side by side, should make this move stick. He's got the line into corner 2 and makes a clean pass. That was great driving by both drivers, plenty of room shown, as we see now Jared attaching onto the rear end of Cracknell like a pair of yoga pants to a woman's butt.
Yeah, okay, I'll leave you with that one. Painting pictures I don't want to imagine at this point in time, but I was going to say Cooper Murray pretty much set that up in the final turn. He just got off that corner so much better, but here comes Crackers on the inside showing his nose. He's also got to worry about Jared Fulsell going around the outside, too wide here.
Too wide action, that's fantastic, isn't it? And we still see some too wide stuff. Jared makes the move on the outside. The guy's got a lot of talent behind the wheel of this thing, and it shows in his driving ability and where he's able to place the car and make passes stick.
Yeah, you don't often see a V8 supercar making a move and pulling it off on the outside, do you?
No, not a regular occurrence, that's for sure. So I think these guys, the ANZ guys, will now gap Michael, and we'll see. I think Jared make a pretty strong push for the lead and get that car number 1 into P1.
Yeah, well, they know now one safety car's been called. There's potentially another 2 that may come out tonight. We did see 3 last time, but there will definitely be another one at some point.
Oh, that's definite. They've got the 2 mandatory, and being a mandatory, Bernie, we've got Shane from SDRT, who's actually the host of the series, sitting in our green room. And do we want to bring him up for a bit of a interview?
Yeah, I'll bring him up. Did you want to have a chat with him while I work the cameras?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that.
You can see just before we do though, Jared Fulcell's right on the back end here of Cooper Murray, and he's getting a bit racy.
Yeah, only was a lick of paint between them there, Bernie, so it's very, very close, and hopefully they can keep it clean and not take each other out. I don't think Henry King will be too impressed to see 2 ANZ cars parked up on the side of the road.
No, that's for sure. So we'll bring up Shane, and you can have a chat with him. If anything does happen though, I'll jump in.
Oh, for sure, yep. G'day Shane, welcome to the RRTV commentary booth. Thanks for giving us the time. How's your race going out there tonight?
Yeah, thanks fellas.
Tell us a bit about how your race is going there, Shane.
Yeah, it went pretty good actually. Moved right up from low 20, high 20s to 16th or something, I think, when the safety car came out, so it's going pretty good.
Now, were you one of those cars that did a early stop, or did you stay out of the pits when the safety car came through?
No, I came in and pitted and handed over to the co-driver, so yeah, get it out of the way, just let him have some time in the car.
And sorry, who's in the car at the moment?
Rod Lynn, he's a rookie driver. He's just started iRacing from New Zealand, and he's a mate of friend King's actually, so we took him on, and he's coming along pretty good.
Fantastic. So over in New Zealand, mate, he'll be pretty late over there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is. He's got work tomorrow, so he's going to have a big night.
Come and do this 4-hour enduro, they said. It'll be fun, yeah, but you've got work tomorrow. So, mate, we've touched a little bit about the safety cars, and obviously we just saw one of the mandatory ones get pulled and, or called, I should say. Tell us a little bit about how you guys go deciding when the safety car needs to be done. We kind of think it might be just through a number generator, or is that the case?
Yeah, it's Marty works it out. He's our admin guy. He works it out before the race, so the laps set on that lap. He's the only one that knows about it, and it's worked out off a computer program that he found somewhere on the line. So it's totally random.
It's obviously, we've seen a big crash, Bernie. Just trying to get who it involves. Looks like we've got the GT Omega racing car of the car number 4, Matthew Ross Munro. Not sure if we can get that back up on replay, but it looks like a fairly hectic crash, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm just bringing the replay up now, and we'll see what's happened here. Yeah, he's locked up the brakes coming into turn 1 there, and he's decided to go bush.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Those guys were having a good run at the time.
Yeah, he was actually carrying a lot of damage. Oh, yeah, that was another car being shown the wall. That's actually, on re-entry there. Matthew Ross Munro has also hit another car on re-entry, so that's a huge accident.
Yeah, and they're trying to limp it back, and it's actually had another safety car called, so Not sure if this is one of the mandatory ones again, or if this is just because of the accident. But
Could be, yeah, it could be because of the accident.
yeah, Matt's taken the risk of trying to drive the car back, and it'll actually save you time on towing. The tow will be longer, but while we've had this happen, it'd probably be an opportune time to talk to Shane. Shane, we've talked about and touched on in the past about the drivers within the team having to make a compromise on setup, and this could be well the case of, you know, a brake bias issue could be different for each driver. Is that something that's really important when you guys go to set up a car, of you know, what parameters each guy likes and what kind of compromise you have to make?
Yeah, I think it depends on your pedals. My co-driver's got a different steering setup and pedals to me, and he was locking up the rears, whereas I'm not. So yeah, you have to readjust to when you're in the practice sessions and qualifying that to see where your pedals are at, for sure. I think every sim, depending on what pedals and steering wheel and everything you've got, you do definitely need to adjust them.
Yeah, I think that's one of the good things that with the V8 Supercar, you can adjust the brake bias within the car, but it also, you know, the actual setup can change the way the car transition, and it's probably more what you're touching on, is how the car transitions on the brake. So one guy might like, you know, the front end to dive a lot, you know, and really stand on that front end when the car's on the brakes, whereas another person might like, you know, not so much, I guess, fluctuation of weight getting, you know, moved forward, and that's where you guys in practice have to adjust a little bit of driving style, but obviously as much as you can the setup to compromise that.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. My co-driver, because he's so new to it, I try and build setups that are just fairly stable, that we can both race and not have too many dramas with. So it seems to work for us. The pedals are different, obviously, because he's locking up rears and I'm not. So there's obviously a difference in our. He's got a G29 and I've got a 25, so they're obviously different.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like you said, certain people's peripherals or gear that they use will have a vast effect on, you know, how they can drive the car. So the feedback that they get, what it feels like behind the wheel as opposed to, you know, your partner or your driving and your mate within the car. So, but from here on out, mate, what's the goal? Where are we looking at getting? And you know, obviously you want to move up the field a little bit more and try and gain a few positions. So what's the aim?
Yeah, you never know with these enduros, because it's, you know, there's such long races and safety cars, fuel strategy, and all that sort of stuff throwing in. You just got to be there at the end, I think. So I raced the Americas today and had a great race. So I think I'll just try and wait until we get to that last half an hour, and see where we are. And yeah, try and work it from there. But you're never out of it, you know. These guys that have had dramas, who knows, you know, another couple of safety cars, that could be a fast repair that can be from the back of the group and moving up again. So you just can't give up. You just never know.
Yeah, we saw, you know, there was an incident earlier with Henry King, and that pretty much dropped him towards the very back of the field, and kind of now, you know, sitting around 23rd, but I'm sure that their aim is to just move forward bit by bit and try and gain obviously as many positions as they can. But like you said, the distance of the race, the fuel strategy, the driver strategy of how many laps they're actually allowed to do or not do, or go over, I should say, is definitely going to play a role. And then you mix in the safety cars along with that, and it's definitely going to. It'll bring guys back into the field, and it's a series where you really have to think on your toes on how you're going to do the next stint of the race.
Yeah, and there's 4 full fuel loads for this race, and probably a 5th one that's probably about 70 litres, 60 litres for a good fuel saver. So that'll play into it as well. That where you take that short fuel and where you take your long fuels, and you just can't give up. You're never out of it. We saw what happened in the last race. 10 laps before the end, safety car, and it was on. You just got to be there, really, at the end. Yeah.
So with this safety car coming out, like we've been given notification that it was for the turn 1 incident.
So a few guys that weren't, just innocent bystanders got taken out. So that's why. You send it out. If you crash by yourself and you don't interfere with anyone else, it's not a safety car. But if you crash and interfere with other cars, it's a safety car. So
does this delete one of those mandatory safety cars or one of the option safety cars at all, or it doesn't delete that?
It does. It might. It depends on, and that's another thing. It depends on whether the field spreads out and we have big gaps and there's not much action happening. If that happens, then the safety car can be called. But if there's battles going on, it'll be left to race, and that will be part of the safety cars.
Okay. So again, it's the unknown here, Bernie, that we're looking at. So these guys may or may not know whether or not that is one of the mandatory or not safety cars.
Yeah, that's right, and it comes back to getting that gap, and how big a gap do you want to maintain gambling if a safety car does actually come back out again. But we're going to go green this time by, guys.
We are. So Shane, thanks again for obviously popping up into the commentary booth. Fantastic series. I love the strategy and what you guys have done with it. If you can, we'll let you get back to your teammate because it's going to go green, but give a quick shout out to any of your sponsors and teammate.
Yeah, just give a shout out to the team. We're actually looking at rebuilding the team soon. Might be renaming it. We've had a bit of a meeting and that's all going well, but we'll talk about that later. But yeah, the championship's gone great. It's gone really good. It's good to see all the top split guys coming in and having a crack. Along with everyone else, it's really good to see all those teams out there. It's really growing. It's great.
Green flag, guys. So it is green, and we are go. See Mitchell coming down mid straight. Jared close behind, and Michael Cracknell following in closely behind from him. Shows the nose, but tucks him back behind. Got some 2x2 action behind them with Michael Hammond and.
Got a big accident.
Man, it's huge.
I tell you what, the field did really well. Oh no, another car. Yeah, it's happening now. This is huge accident, guys.
This has got to be a safety car, surely.
It's taken about 6 cars out in that accident. It looked like they're going to get away with it, but then the cars checked up behind them and all hell broke loose.
Well, that's, I don't know what to say about that one. I think I might go back and have a look at a replay, but I don't know. Guys got to start showing some patience when they're making overtakes or attempting, and just, you're on cold tyres, coming into turn 1, just, I don't know, to me it's a little bit of common sense, and it just doesn't seem to prevail. I don't understand it.
Yeah, it was actually 2 accidents in one. I'm just trying to pick it up, but the first 2 that actually came together, as we see it now, the first 2 that came together were on the infield, and they weren't involved in that second accident. That second accident was another car that went off, and it just caused a chain reaction. They all just piled on the back of them.
Yeah, it's, slow down. Yellow flags would have been out. Slow down. Like, surely you've got your spotters there telling you, oh, there's a crash. but they don't. And now, you know, there's a hell of a lot of the field that have been caught up into it, and just...
Yeah, it's definitely ruined a few people's nights out there, but at the moment it looks like we're not going to get that safety car. So Jared Philsell is chasing down Cooper Murray. Michael Cracknell's lost a bit of touch with them, but they've got Matt Stratford there. Now the gap back to the rest of the field is, wait for it, 4.5 seconds back to 5th, and that's Glenn Postlethwaite.
Oh, sorry, Benny, I'm just a little bit still gobsmacked, so I just can't work out some of the mentality of what's going on.
Yeah, the loud pedal was, it was quite an interesting accident, that, in a way, because as I said, it was 2 accidents in one, and but that second accident, when that car hit, there was nowhere for any of those guys to go, and they were all on the loud pedal, and well, we saw the aftermath.
We did, and we've also seen as well, Bernie, I'm going to chuck this one in there, but iRacing's netcode issues coming to fruition again, with innocent cars, a car, like half a car width gap to the car next to them spinning out and getting involved in the incident. And just, like, literally, there is I'm just looking at the Plus fitness car of Peter Latham and the Fusion Sim Racing car of Matt Ross Munro, and you know, Matt was beside and like half a car width, and netcode's come into effect and taken them, you know, out of a race, so to speak. So I don't know, I think it's something that iRacing really need to have a serious look at, because it's getting beyond a joke now. I don't know how old sims like R Factor and things like that don't have any issues with this kind of stuff yet. iRacing do, so I don't know. iRacing, maybe you want to look at that. I'm a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, we're under safety car again, and that's because of that big accident, and this will just allow the field to try to close up and hopefully allow those guys that were caught up in that accident to get a fast repair done without going down too many laps. But yeah, you're right, it's the netcode issue. I can understand it if you're racing people over the other side of the pond, but a lot of these guys are Australian drivers on Australian servers, so we shouldn't really have that big a netcode issue.
Not half a car width gap either, Bernie, between 2 cars. Like that's just I don't know. That's like Australia and America colliding into each other. Like, it's just never going to happen. So anyway, mate, we had a bit of a talk at the start of the show, and I'm just going to see if that gentleman is actually in the car. And I think it's the find it now.
056. Nick Hausler is driving that car at the moment.
He is. So do we want to get Nick up, and we can go on board with Nick, and he can give us a bit of a talk about maybe how their race is going and what action they're going to have to put up with while we're there.
Well, we could. His microphone's muted though, so it says...
We might see if we can get him anyway, and under safety car conditions probably a good time to do it, and we'll see if we can unmute.
Okay, so I've brought Nick up, so I'm not sure if Nick can hear us, but if you can, Nick, how's your race going, mate? Yeah, it doesn't look like he's receiving us at the moment. He's probably just gathering himself up since that incident, Scott.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll move him back out, and we'll bring up maybe Josh Bird and have a quick chat with him.
Okay, you can try and reach him. Here we go.
Okay, Josh, welcome to the commentary box. Have you got us there, mate?
Hey guys.
Mate, a few little incidents there for you guys. probably not the way you were wanting the race to pan out in that last one, as I've touched on with Bernie. Massive netcode issue that just should not be occurring, and has put you guys back into the pit lane.
Yeah, bit of a joke that one. Nothing we could have done there. Almost got through it. It was just that little netcode, or quite a large netcode, I should say. So yeah, a lot we could have done. But yeah, on the restart, the first restart, I'm not sure what happened. Just pretty much every car just almost come to a stop in front of Matt. And yeah, we had nowhere to go, and it was basically like 15 k's an hour down on straight line speed. So I was quite glad when that second caution came out. But at the end of the day, it obviously hasn't helped us because yeah, quite a way. Well, we're a lap down now. And then on top of that, when I come in from a pit stop, it actually towed the car for about 15 seconds before Matt could come in. So that's why we went from 5th down to 18th or wherever we were. So yeah, definitely, ever since I've got out of the car, it's definitely not been a smooth sailing.
Yeah, it's one of those races. Your car's sitting currently in pit lane. Are you hoping to get back out, or is that kind of night done for you guys?
No, well, the first race probably night done, to be honest. We're kind of not really. We kind of know we're in the championship, so it was all like a bit of fun tonight. So we'll probably stop where it is. So yeah, definitely disappointing, but anyway, we'll definitely fun while it lasted.
You still got obviously the Party and Brennan car out there, the number 82 Podium Eager Commodore. Tell us how their race is going. Dropped down the order a little bit at the start. It was pretty hectic, but apparently sitting in P7, so pretty solid result for them so far. And any inside info you can give us on their strategy or gameplay for the rest of the race?
Yeah, I think they're just going to pan out the race. Probably Scott doesn't quite at the pace of Heath, but that's alright. They're just going to see where they end up after Scott jumps out of the car. And I think they've definitely they had about the same pace as us in practice and qualifying, so I think if they push on they could be for a top 5. With these cautions, I think it's going to be down to the last stint before you actually work out how much fuel you're going to need in your final stop, if you need to stop at all, because there's actually been quite a few, so they're saving a lot of fuel. I know we were needing to take about 70 litres, so it's probably going to be down to about 50 or so, I'd say. So yeah, it's going to be interesting the last stint to see who's kind of saved the most amount of fuel in these cautions and whatnot. Any
questions for Josh while he's up here?
None at the moment, Josh. I was just playing with the cameras and stuff, so I wasn't really listening to what you guys are talking about.
Oh well.
I'm sure it was really important. I'm sure it was.
It was hugely important. FSR related, mate. Of course it was important.
No, that's as important as you ever get.
I'm right. Mate, the ANZ car's out the front. Some pretty blistering pace there. Jared's weakest lap of a 206.475. I'm kind of predicting him, as long as things don't go wrong for him when he puts it on into a wall or something, of coming up for the win. But look, mate, I think honestly you guys are probably in for a top 5 position, possibly a podium. Depending on strategy, but one of those races that didn't really go your way, but still, I believe, a fair way to go in the championship, and hopefully you don't lose too many positions from that.
Yeah, no, it's like I said, definitely not ideal, but considering Matt and I basically had done 0 practice coming into the race, and we were comfortably holding our own in 5th, is pretty promising. So if we had done a bit of practice, we probably would have been up there closer to the top 3, but that's alright. Actually, was about to say where the next race is, but I can't remember, so that stuffed that idea up.
Sorry mate, just going to have to interrupt, we're about to go green, so look, thanks for coming back up into the comms box, and look, feel free to stay up here for a bit if you wish, but we're just going to do some pointers. We've got green flag, and we've got Cooper Murray across the line, Jared followed closely behind, and Matt Stratford now moved back up. He's in P3, shows the nose, but decides to go for the better and tucking behind, 2x2 action behind. A little bit of rubbing there, but seems to have managed to have made it through. There's one of the cars I think went to the dirt, but
yeah, it was a nice clean start there. A lot of the guys were taking it extra cautious, but at the moment Matt Stratford, he's starting to hone in on the back here of Jared Filsell, and Jared's looking like he wants to post the parcel and take the lead.
Yeah, I think so too. We might see a bit of sideways action from Jared, and he doesn't mind getting it in the bump stop, on the turn stops I should say. But with Matt Stratford, we saw Matt was had a fair amount of pacing qualifying earlier, so Jared might be now looking to get the move done on Mitchell pretty quickly and try and let Cooper put up with the hassles of Stratford from behind.
Yeah, and that last safety car also brings in that extra doubt, probably takes away a little bit of doubt about that second safety car, whether we'll see that tonight or not, because they've had, two safety cars in close succession, three really, haven't they?
Well, they have. I think the first one came out about lap 16 or 17, and then we've had two within pretty much the last 8 laps, so I'm pretty certain that one of those would be counting towards one of the mandatories. One of the last two, but that'll leave them with the potential of the option still to go if they're going to go down that route.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, one guy that has benefited a lot from this stop-start race is David Baxter. He dropped to 24th after that incident. He's back up into 6th position now.
Wow, see Benny, so not out of the race, mate, and it just shows that if you keep just plugging away, you're going to gain positions, and they've definitely moved up quite nicely there, so that's a great effort from those guys, and they just have to keep that going now and see where their race pans out.
Yeah, that's right, and they've only got another 70 laps of Road America here to keep the momentum going, but tell you what, Matt Stratford, he's not letting these two go up front.
It's definitely not, and it's right out sideways. Jared Filsell, he's getting the foot buried onto the gas pedal there and hanging the rear out sideways. Massive commitment there, and some more. I think he's having a little bit of fun now, but I hope these viewers are enjoying the action that Jared's bringing to us. I think Cooper Murray though is starting to kind of stretch that lead a little bit, and as we see Stratford just zoning in on the back of Fissel there.
Yeah, so apart from the front three having a bit of a battle here, it's spread out a little bit now, but the other guys having a battle here, Scott Pardy, Simon Pitt and Brenton O'Brien. He's sitting in 9th position at the moment as he's just taking another position from Brodie Morris.
Yeah, so those guys that, don't forget Benny, they dropped down a little bit of the order. I think Brenton was down in roughly 15th place at one time, so again they've moved up, and it could be strategy call, and it could be just the way that the safety cars and whatnot have panned out, as we actually see a penalty being given. So car 444, drive-through penalty for squeezing car number 016. So I'm pretty sure that would be one of those incidents that occurred earlier on, Bernie.
Yeah, so that Simon Tennant has been given that drive-through for squeezing I'm just trying to get the driver. 016, she said. Not sure who that is.
Yeah, just trying to find that entry version. 016. We don't have a 016, so I think that might have been the 012, which is the Hammond car, the Angry Birds car that was involved in that first lap, or first turn incident. So I think it might have been the 012 car that they might be talking about there. But another great battle that we were hoping to have a chat to one of their drivers through the safety car period was Nick Hoisler sitting in P11. This is a fantastic result for these guys. Earlier on in the race, Nick was talking about 31st position, and mate, well, you're 20 up from that, and you've got to be wrapped with that effort so far. So well done to him. He's got Mark Fee on the rear end of him, showing him the blowtorch, and just in front we've got Brodie Maris and Brenton O'Brien. So it's almost a four-way battle there, Bernie, that we're looking at.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be discounting this Demidov entry yet, you know, because they're in a great position here, and we know Ian Ford has to get into this car a bit later on, and he was the pole sitter, so we could see this car coming back up through the field as this race progresses.
Certainly could. I mean, P9 sitting nicely up inside the top 10, and you know, Bernie, like we've touched on before, you need to buy your ticket through to the end of the race, and we're talking literally within probably the last hour of the race. See where your cards are laid out, then worry about your strategy towards the end of the race. Apart from that, you just need to circulate. You just need to stay out of trouble and stick to a strategy that you feel is going to get you in a prime position towards the end of the race.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and I tell you what, Jared Philsell's having a great time here. He's sliding this car through the corners, he's weaving up and down the straight behind his teammate. But I tell you what, how much would these shenanigans be wearing his tyres out, do you think?
Bernie, those tyres will be as loose as a wizard's sleeve as we see him absolutely send it. Mate, that thing was well wrapped and sideways out of the corner as Cooper tries to come back on him. Fantastic action there from Jared. Great passing, and two teammates showing plenty of room, but geez, I don't know. Mate, if Jared doesn't have FedEx on speed dial, I don't know what he's got.
I'll tell you what, that was very Lowndes-esque, wasn't it, the way he had that car sideways coming out, and he made it look so easy. I didn't think he was actually going to make that move the way he was weaving that car, but yeah, return to sender, not.
Yes, that's for sure. Scafey doesn't approve chrome wheels, but what he does approve of is fantastic overtaking, and that's what we've just witnessed there tonight, viewers.
Oh my god, we're back on the chrome again.
Oh no, just one comment, mate. It's done now. So, do you know what though, Bernie? We've seen the gap between El Nabi in 4th position. This is becoming a bit of a four-way battle, although I believe that Jared will start streaking away now. He's getting closer to his 206 times again. Last time by, was it? Oh, sorry, wrong person. Yeah, 207.9. So I dare say that Jared will start looking to get back into the sixes, and positions 2, 3, and 4 there will start battling out for the rest of the podium positions.
Yeah, we can see already Jared starting to get that gap, and he's you can see the way that car's handling now. He's got the head down, he's meaning business now. Enough mucking around, he's wanting to build that gap.
He's had a bit of fun, but he's still going to throw it out sideways, and I tell you what, Bernie, if his turn locks aren't broken by the end of this race, then I'll be very surprised, that's for sure.
And Nick Hassler is having a great battle here with Mark Fee. Mark was making the move, but Nick forced him to the outside there and defended very well.
Yeah, it's good to see Nick out there driving. He's the manager of the Angry Birds team. We had him up in the comms box last week, but he doesn't get a huge amount of seat time, and we touched on seat time before, and the more that you do, the quicker and the better racer you'll become. But as you will know, Bernie, seat time doesn't really occur all that much when you're managing a team and sorting out drivers. So good to see him out there. He'll be wrapped with sitting in P11 and having a really good solid battle with Mark Fee. As we will cover off for everybody our top 10 positions. So car 1 in P1, Jared Philsell. Car 49, Cooper Murray, P2, Matt Stratford sitting in P3, El Nabi P4, Postal, wait, sorry about that, Glenn, I might just start calling you Glenn, I think, in 5, and he's moved up a lot of positions, fantastic. Baxter 6, Party 7th, Pitt in 8th, O'Brien in 9th, and Brody Maris now rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting a bit of a queue down there in the green room, so we might bring Michael Ford up and have a bit of a chat with him.
Yeah, definitely bring him up, and I'll keep an eye on the racing. I think it's your turn to do interviews.
Oh, mate, I was going to have another sleep. All right, I'll do it. Hi, Michael. Welcome to the RRTV commentary box. How's your race panning out for you guys tonight?
Fairly average, honestly. Made a cylinder state, 6 or 7 laps into the race, just dropped the wheel off going into turn 1, and it's sort of gone downhill from there. But fighting back, as you said in the telecast, you've got to apply your attention towards the last hour, and hopefully we've done that.
Yeah, so whereabouts is your car seated at the moment, and who's driving it?
We got Daniel Ashland driving. It was second last of the lead lap runners. A long way to go. We've just had served another drive-through for passing under yellow, which a bit unfortunate. Lap cars would have hung back on the restart and didn't go, and we assumed it would have gone, but that's racing, I suppose. We're just a bit too eager.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. So we've seen some pretty big accidents on those restarts. Did you manage to avoid all that carnage on the last one?
We did. Driving standards tonight are fairly average. It's sort of a bit disappointing. It's not a typical SDRT event. Like, the driving standards are usually absolutely amazing, but you can't fault the lead runners. They're absolutely doing an amazing job. Jared, Cooper Murray out there, and even Forsen's taking onto the back, and they're doing an absolutely amazing job.
Yeah, the front runners are having a great drive. And how are the tyres on the V8 going? Have they been behaving themselves in this cooler temperature?
It's a strange temperature. The overcast conditions don't really help us. I sort of struggled in the first little bit of the stint. Played around with a few settings with the bars, and it's sort of come to us. The tyres are hanging in extremely well. It's a long lap and a lot of high lateral load. It's going through the tyres through some of the faster sections, and the tyres are doing brilliant.
Yeah, fantastic. So what's the plan for the rest of this race? Are we expecting to see you back in here? Considering we've only raced, 36 laps, believe it or not, of the 107. I guess we will see you back in soon.
Yeah, I'm main driver tonight, so I'll have to at least get somewhere close to 69 laps, which is the maximum distance that we can do for a lead driver. It's a long race. These laps just seem to go on forever. You get into that rhythm, and every corner starts to look like the same after a while. And on the KRF Motorsports Commodore, you can't fault it. And considering all the bad luck that we've had at the start of the race, our team car with Jonathan Bennett and James Bell in the car, they're doing an absolutely brilliant job. Had a few little issues, but we'll bring them home.
Fantastic. And I'm not sure if you know this, I don't know the answer to this, hopefully you do. Regarding the 107 laps, I'm not sure if this race is time certain or if we will complete the full 107 laps. Do you know anything about that?
107 laps around here is a massive distance to start with. They've got, it's a 6-hour time limit on the server, so we should hit that. But we shouldn't go anywhere near the time. It should be 107 laps.
Yeah, let's hope so, or else we're going to be sitting here at 3 a.m. Saturday morning calling this race.
Yeah, it could turn into a very long race. Like the pace car laps are just extremely boring. You sort of trying to manage the fuel, save that little bit, hopefully shorten up your last stint. It's just a long race.
And how's and the final question for me? And how's the fuel window going? Because we were looking at it earlier and we thought it was a bit iffy, but I guess with all those safety cars out, the fuel strategy is working to your favour at the moment.
It certainly is. We've topped up a couple of times with issues that we've had, and got absolutely no issue at all now with the fuel. Just flat to the end, basically. Fill it up and go.
Fantastic. Well, I'll just see if Scott's got any questions for you.
I do. Thanks, Bernie, for that. Michael, the probably biggest question I got for you guys is how and or whereabouts do you start to think about choosing your battles in terms of, who do you choose it against, and when and where in terms of the race? Early in the race, do we want to be battling somebody? Do we not? Should we just let them go? That type of thing.
I'm more of the old school kind of driver. I've always been taught to let the faster car pass and then you follow them. Like, you learn a little bit as well following, but you can also make up a lot of time by following a faster car. Not just through your slipstream, but go and bridge it through their lines, basically tagging onto them, and they'll pull you along a little bit. So the first bit of the race, it was sort of qualifying for them, threw in a few missed results through the middle of the pack. The first about 10 laps of that, the race would have been settling out positions, and now we're sort of into that middle stint of the race where everything just wants to flow. You just try and get into that rhythm, hit your marks, hit your times that you need, save your fuel if you want to, and just, go for it.
And you kind of touched on before about, I guess, the racing standard or quality, and we saw there was a few restart issues that we didn't really see happen at Sebring, but have raised its kind of ugly head here, and maybe some guys not thinking, golden eyes and settling in before, I guess initiating, attempted passes and stuff.
Yeah, well, the cold tyres are definitely a problem. Even after a restart, your tyre pressure's down, your temperature's down, you don't have as much grip on in turn 1, turn 2. Turn 3 you sort of settle back in, but it's just, I think realistically it's just a proper racetrack. You don't want to be stuck behind somebody for too long on this kind of track. Whereas Sebring, you've got a few more opportunities to pass, whereas here it's a lot harder. Got the high speed corners where you just can't make the move.
Yeah, I guess we saw at Sebring it's very kind of 90-degree turn, stop-start type track, whereas this brings into the mix the higher or faster flowing corner and not so much 90-degree radius kind of stuff. So I think that's playing a part in how guys are going about their driving, but maybe need to rethink that as well.
That's it. You've got turn 1, that's the obvious spot at the end of the main straight. You've got turn 3 down the bottom, down the hill. If you pull it off cleanly, it's a brilliant spot. Rails coming back down after the carousel, flying down the back and into the braking zone, the 90-degree right-hander back up the hill towards the start finish straight. So you've got 3 main spots, but there are a few little openings that people can leave, and realistically, if you see a gap, you go for it, and I think that's what people have been doing tonight.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, mate, look, good luck for the rest of the race, and we hope that you can keep moving your way up through the field, as you have said earlier on. So give a shout out to your teammates and sponsors, and we'll let you go and do some spotting.
No worries, well, thank you very much. Just Ackers is doing an absolutely amazing job for just maintaining our spot, fighting our way to the last hour, and you got Jimmy and Jono in our second car doing an absolutely amazing job in the KRF Motorsports Commodore.
Rightio. Thanks for that, Michael.
No worries.
Yeah, like I said, good luck, and look, we hope that you can have a competitive outing for obviously not only yourselves but your teammates there in the second KRF, and good to see you guys keeping at it and plugging your way, and who knows, a solid round result come towards the end.
Yeah, well, that's what we're hoping for. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, mate. Rightio, Bernie. Let's just give our viewers a quick update. We'll touch on the top 5 there. So Fissel, Murray, Stratford, Elnaby, and Postal. Wait, no, it's just Glenn. It's Glenn, that's what I'm going to say. His name's Glenn. Sorry, Glenn, but that's what I'm going to have to call you, mate. But we've got a great battle here at the moment for 9th and Scott Party in 10th. And we've actually got Scott Party, his teammate, in the, I guess, green room down there, Heath Brennan. So do we want to have a chat to Heath?
Yeah, definitely. We'll bring Heath up and you can start that, because I'm trying to find a car that's disappeared, and as Brenton O'Brien has blown his motor and has pulled that car up, so he's down to 20th.
Yeah, wow, so I was on replay there. That's not very good of me, is it? Sorry about that. Good evening, Heath Brennan. Thanks for spending some time up here in the commentary box. Mate, sitting nicely there with Scott Party in P9, started in P10. Tell us how the race is going for you guys. Hello.
It's going so well, mate. He's speechless, I think.
He's speechless. It could be it. It could be it. Not sure what's happened there. He said he was available for comments, so...
Oh, well, we can always move...
Sorry about that, lads.
Oh, there we go. We've got him.
We just had a bit of an issue on track I had to quickly sort out. Have a look at.
Okay, fair enough. Mate, sitting nicely inside the top 10. Started P10 and I think you've been up as far as maybe P7.
Yeah, P7, that's right.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about how your race has gone.
Yeah, it's going pretty well. We started 10 on the grid, which was nice to do. Didn't put a great deal of effort in a poly. It's a 4-hour enduro after all. There's no need to set a ripping time. But we've just entered, just having a bit of fun, and that's what we're having. Race is going pretty well. It's all just moved up to P8.
Oh gosh, there's a lot of stuff going on around you at the moment.
There is. There is. There's been a lot of action on track.
Sure has. I think we've hopefully covered it off nicely for the viewers. But mate, you touched on long endurance race. In it for a little bit of fun on a Friday night, which is great to see. And I think this is a pretty healthy league for endurance racing and getting some seat time, as I touched on before. But Scott Party behind the wheel, probably more of a development style or development place within his racing at the moment. Oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of Scotty Harris, aren't I? Sorry, my bad.
Well,
but
they both do, yes.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yeah,
So
Scott Party has been around for some time, but like a lot of people with real life commitments, has limited time to jump on. So he's he's doing the DBS series, nice well-run series by LSR to jump into and have a squirt. You know, you don't have to worry about making a setup. Just jump in and go for a burn and have some good fun and learn a bit of racecraft, and even teach a few other guys out there who are up.
yeah, one of the things we touched on before, and it's probably kind of occurring now with you guys, so it'll probably be a good time to talk about. You got a gaggle of cars behind you. They are all 4 of them for position. Where do you start picking your battles and saying, you know what, I don't need to be messed up in this, I'm not battling now, we need to make it to the last hour of the race, I'm just going to ease up and I'll let you guys through, I'll carry on with our own race plan and strategy, and then, hopefully later on in the race you'll jump them kind of thing.
Yeah, we're doing that now. I've let a few guys go during my stint who were pushing a little bit hard for my liking. When you're at the start of the race, you've got 4 hours to go, you don't need to be doing anything silly. I made the odd mistake too here and there, and I actually made a bit of a deal pass on Brenton O'Brien and redressed and came straight back. So you know, you make the odd mistake out there. But, yeah, so we're just picking our battles, guys. We're looking at lap times, seeing who each member of the team race against. So there's a bit of a time difference between Scott and myself, being more of a development driver. But like I said, we're just in here to have fun, so we just pick our battles. Scott will be he's probably got about 5 laps, he just told me, on his stint on the fuel. He'll be in shortly, and then he'll actually double his time.
Okay. Yep.
We had a couple of different plans coming in, and sort of depending on the safety car. And so when it got called, I think it was lap 15 or thereabouts, we were able to come in on lap 17 or so. Once the pit lane entry opened, so we took advantage of that, did a drive swap and put him in. So the way it planned out, we're doing 23, 24 laps on a tank, and we're going to have to do about a 13 lap, or either at the beginning of the race or the start of the race. So the way it fell with the safety car was ended up being 17, much of muchness.
Yeah, so, mate, just before I hand you over to Bernie, give us an insight as more regular driver within the V8 and team driving. What kind of information you're feeding to Scott on his laps and while he's out there circulating?
Yeah, I'm just trying to give him a lap number to stick to. There's no pressure or anything, we're just here to have fun, so just reminding him, hit his brake markers, to hit his apexes, have a bit of a breathe, wiggle the fingers, just release the tension. He had a car behind him just a little while, which is why I went a bit quiet. Who was pushing, sort of, I wouldn't say stormed their way through, but a little bit unnecessary when we're still a couple of hours out. And just straight away onto him, just to let the tyres off, gather your thoughts, get back into it, just put that out of your mind, and eyes forward, press on ahead.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, mate, look, I'm going to wish you good luck for the rest of the race. I've got my fingers crossed. I think there's a solid potential, top 7 to 5 kind of position there for finishing up, but I'll hand you over to Bernie and see if he's got any questions for you.
No worries.
Yeah, Heath, looks like Scott's got his hands full. He's got Adam Zeitinger right behind him at the moment, but to his credit, he is hitting his lines. So
that's all you can do.
Yeah, so he's coming in 5 laps. So is he going to stay in the car, or are you going to jump in at that point?
He'll stay in the car. He'll run out to the lap number we need to drive the requirement, and then I'll jump in the car and bring it home. It'll be a double stint. Bring it to the flag. And, we'll see what we can do.
Fantastic. Well, before I let you go, because I don't have many questions, I'm a man of not many words tonight, but do you want to give a shout out to all your sponsors out there?
Yeah, I love to very much of that. A massive thank you to Omega Racing. They're huge support to our team and look after us. Daco as well, they're another huge support to our team. TPR Engineering has jumped on board as well. Fantastic gentleman there who does blueprinting for race car. A lot of karters these days in iRacing, taking advantage of the service and improving their skills. Also a shout out to Powerbond, Newlet and UTI and Sim Instruments. They also help us out when they can.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for popping in anyway, Heath. And looks like Scott's got Adam all over his rear bumper yet again. But it's getting a bit hairy back here. I should let you go.
He'll let it go. He's about a second faster a lap, so he knows what he's doing. He'll be in within 3 laps anyway, it looks like. So he's doing well. The race is having some fun, and again to you, Bernie, and Scott for jumping in to do the broadcast and the commentary. It's fantastic. I know all the viewers out there enjoy it, as do I.
No worries, and we've got another slow car just getting out of their way, which is good. But anyway, Heath, best of luck later on. We'll be keeping an eye on that car of yours.
Thanks, Benny. Have a good call.
Tell you what, Scott, it's getting quite racy back here. 6th back to 10th, and for the viewers out there, in 6th place is Scott Party at the moment, followed by, oh, actually, it's all messed up, hasn't it?
We've got pit stops too, Benny.
We certainly do. And I was a bit quiet earlier because I was trying to find where there's contact further back with Scott, and a couple of those guys got a bit messy there, but they're still going. Oh, Scott's around. Yeah, I was getting a bit heavy there. There's a lot of contact going on. A couple of those corners, Scott Party did get the car all crossed up, but he managed to keep it off the wall and straight, and he's back going again. Yeah, so we've got pit stops coming through now, folks. So once that washes out, I'm going to go through the full field because we're approaching halfway here in another 10 laps. So at the moment, Michael Hammond is leading the race because our other leaders have come in. So Jared Fulsell has pitted. He's coming out in 9th position.
Certainly has. I'm just thinking, Bernie, this might be a bit of a delay with time spent behind the wheel. Drivers are only able to do a certain amount of laps. I believe it is 65 laps. Oh, sorry, it's 65% of the laps, so what are we looking at? 107 laps is roughly 9. So yeah, not allowed to do more than 69 laps. So that in mind, I think guys are maybe starting to play the fuel strategy and the lap numbers game a little bit here to make sure that they don't cross that threshold. Could mean that's why the early pit stop for Jared there.
Yeah, and Cooper Murray also came into the pits at the same time. He's running in 11th position at the moment. So those two are pretty much running the same strategy here, and as you said, that's probably to make sure they stay within that limit, and they'll probably run this right out to the 69th lap now, I guess.
That's right. So I think this is working out with, they're on lap 44, 69, so we're looking at roughly 24, 25 laps, Bernie, which works, I would say, is probably about a stint of fuel. You don't want to have to come into pit lane unless you have to. So if you can get away with coming in by using up a full stint, then you're on line with covering off your driver swap, your maximum laps, and your fuel strategy.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. And for the viewers out there, here's an update of your top 10 at the moment because they've shuffled up quite a bit now. So Michael Hammond is the race leader at this stage, followed by Michael Cracknell in the second. Third is Adam Zietinger. Fourth, Jeff Gauci, followed by Henry King in fifth. Sixth, Brody Maris, followed by Scott Hardy in seventh position. Eighth, Jared Filsell, and then ninth, Adam Wyborn, and rounding out your top 10 is Michael Rushton in the 404. And it looks like we've got Adam Highland, his teammate down there in the green room.
Yeah, Bernie, let's bring Adam up, shall we? And we'll have a talk to him and see how they're travelling.
Definitely will, and he's got gold chrome wheels, so that's pretty good as his driver runs off the road. We'll bring him up, you can have a chat.
Okay. Good evening, Adam. Welcome to the RRTV commentary box for the SDRT Enduro. Mate, guys are plugging along quite well, sitting in P10 at the moment. Michael Rushton behind the wheel of your, might have explaining to do some explaining on this one. Team driver school not found. Tell us about how your race is going, mate.
Race is going better than expected, actually. We had a goal to finish anything but last, actually. So it's not going too bad right now. Just a few mishaps here and there, my fault mostly. But yeah, it's been going alright.
And driver skill not found, mate. What's the story behind that one?
Well, I think I've got a little bit of a reputation for, you know, just doing dumb things while racing, and I've had a few arguments over the course of my iRacing career, I guess. And Michael, this is his basically first like really long race in a V8 supercar. He's only done 2 or 3 races before, so it's pretty interesting right now.
Well, mate, sitting now, he moved up into P9. Nothing too disappointed with that result so far, and I guess a lot of endurance racing is about keeping your car clean, keeping it on the track, and just staying out of trouble realistically. So you guys mustn't be doing too bad of a job with that so far. How have you found setting up the car? Michael's, you know, you mentioned maybe 3rd, 4th time behind the wheel. How have you gone about setting up the car that's going to be able to allow him to drive it pretty comfortably tonight?
Well, just made sure that it wasn't too taily. I know that a lot of top drivers put their car more with a little bit more oversteer, and I kind of like it the same, but I just like made a little bit more understeery for him, and our tyre wear's been alright, and it gets a little bit tricky, but once the track's more rubbered in over the stint, it's pretty good. And he's been finding it comfortable, so I guess it's worked out pretty well.
Yeah, good, mate. So, what are we at? Lap 46 of apparent 107. I'm not sure on the 107, but you know, what's the plan from here on out?
Well, the plan is to put him in for another full fuel run, and then I'll just bring the car home for the end. I mean, he'll probably get a few positions taken away from him, but he'll probably get him back before he has to go in again. Yeah, that's basically how I think a lot of other drivers are doing the same, just seeing what happens.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Well, I'm going to hand you over to Bernie. He might have a few questions for you, but
that's good.
From me, good luck with the rest of the race, mate, and I hope you guys can bring it home.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. That'll be good.
Yeah, I don't have too many questions at all, if I've got any. I'm just trying to stay awake up here. That's my big issue tonight. But it looks like he's got Cooper Murray right behind him, so I guess he'll just let these guys through and race his own race here.
Yeah, basically, I mean, Michael said to me just before the race, and basically stated that if there's anyone that wants to, you know, have like a proper race, that he'll just let him through. Pretty much he just wants to get more comfortable and more practice with the V8 and everything, and I'm kind of the same. I mean, I was a bit too racy at the start, I guess, but yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and just been trying to keep the car straight. There's only been one incident, but that got cleared up, so it's all good.
Fantastic. So I guess you guys are enjoying yourselves out there, and this series is great, isn't it, for guys that want to get a lot of miles in the V8 to jump in and have a crack at it?
Yeah, it definitely is. Like, you have a look at all the driver combos out there, it's like drivers you wouldn't really see racing with each other. You know, people are out there to race seriously but also have a little bit of fun and everything, because of the admins that are there to make sure that people follow the rules. And you know, the fast repairs really do help. Some people might not think that, but they are a good addition, because you just get bad luck sometimes, and it really does, you know, let people just keep racing and putting on more laps.
Yeah, and that's what this series is all about, isn't it? Giving guys close racing, but also making it an enjoyable Friday night fang, I guess you could say.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's pretty much summed it up right there.
Fantastic. Well, before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to anyone that's helped you with the car, or any sponsors or anything like that?
Mostly just a shout out to everyone that have been in with teams and everything in my iRacing career, and all the help that I've got. And just a shout out to SDRT to running it. They're all good guys and make a really enjoyable environment to race in.
Fantastic. Well, best of luck for the rest of the race, Adam, and we look forward to seeing you getting in the car a bit later on tonight.
Yeah, thanks. Hope you guys can stay awake for it.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Scott, but it's been a long week for me, and I'm ready to tuck myself into bed. It's 10 p.m.
Oh, come on, mate. It's still early. What are you talking about? It's only 8 o'clock.
Oh, of course it is for you. You're in Western Australia or wherever you come from.
Yeah, I mean the real world, mate, over here. None of this bloody 10 o'clock business that you're having to deal with.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, it could be a pretty late one tonight if they're going to run the 107 laps. Believe it or not, we are not even at the halfway mark yet of this race.
Yeah, I can't see that happening, Bernie. I believe it's a SDR 240, which if you need to work that out, it's 240 minutes. So 60 minutes in an hour, that's only going to be a 4-hour race. So we're actually coming up to the halfway mark now, I believe, with about 2 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go, 2 minutes to go.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going to go with.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go, reaching that halfway mark. But as I said earlier, folks, I'll take you through the full field now, so you can see where your favourite driver is and how they're going. So at the moment, Michael Hammond is leading this race for Angry Birds Racing, followed by Michael Cracknell in second. Adam Zeitinger is in third, followed by Jeff Gauci fourth. Fifth is Henry King, followed by Jared Filsell. Jared's back in sixth because they pitted to get that pit window in, or the fuel window in. Adam Wyburn is in seventh. Eighth, Cooper Murray, followed by Jason Hyde in ninth. 10th is Michael Rushton. He's just been passed by Glenn Postlethwaite, which has pushed Michael down to 11th. 12th, Sam Sutton, followed by Jamie Eaton in 13th. They've also pitted and changed drivers. Nick Hausler's sitting in 14th. 15th, Blake Nex. 16th, Simon Pitt. 17th is Ian Ford, followed by Scott Pardy in 18th. 19th is Daniel Ackland. Sean Chappell is in 20th at the moment, followed by Andrew Gilliam, who's the first of the drivers one lap down. James Bell in 22nd, 23rd Peter Latham, followed by Daniel Trim, and then 25th is Shane Rayner, 26th Peter Simons, and 27th we have Simon Tennant, and it looks like he's white on my screen, which means retirement, so let's hope that's not the case for the 444 entry. Matthew Ross Munro is in 28th at the moment. Our retirement, only retirement, is Jake Maloney. He retired 39 laps ago. The cars that did not start tonight, Chris Hogan, the number 13, 098 of Chris D'Angelo. The 569, Mitchell Northey, 028, Martin Kramers. The 51 of Jamie Owens. Mitchell McLeod didn't make the start, and nor did Sam McLeod. So 6 guys. We had a total of 29 starters, and it looks like we may be down to about 27 at the moment, Scott.
Yeah, I was just having a look at that, Bernie. We do have the Matthew Ross Munro entry, the car number 4. That is actually retired as well. So that was the one that Josh Burton was racing in. And Simon Tennant, they're kind of looking, they've been in the pits like an almighty long time, so those two may look like the entries that are now retired, I'm afraid.
Yeah, so that leaves us with 26 runners here as we reach the halfway mark of this race. And we've got another interview. Sean Thompson in the 085. Peter Latham's driving that car. Whose turn is it to interview? Mine or yours?
Oh, I think we'll just go with either one, mate. I'll have a chat to him. No worries.
Okay, he's just turned his mic off, so just when we're about to bring him up, he just turns that mic off, and we'll see if it comes back on.
Oh, there he is. He's ready now, Bernie. Quick, grab him.
Consider him grabbed.
G'day, Sean. Welcome to the RRTV commentary booth, mate. Pretty hectic night out there for you guys. I've heard some obviously communications over the race channel, but yeah, fill us in on how your race is progressing and where you want to try and get to from now.
Hey, g'day guys. Race is progressing pretty good. Start went pretty well. Started 18th. I got to 10th. Within the first two laps. Then I handed over to Peter at lap 17 when the first yellow came out, and that's when stuff started to go bad. Not in our favour either. First Peter crossed the yellow line while coming out of pits, so we had to drop at the end of the line, and then we got involved in that first corner incident and got taken out. And then we got taken out in the second crash there as well, so it's put us a fair way back. We're a lap down at the moment. And it's just about trying to recover some points at the moment and stay in the championship.
Yeah, mate. You guys were having a pretty good run, last round. And, we got you up in the comms box, so seems like it's one of those races that could have been, and I'm not saying it hasn't, that you can't, make up positions or anything now, but, obviously we're at approximately just past half race distance, so just got to keep plugging away there and I guess trying to gain that track position and spots while you can. 2 hours to go though, strategy-wise, what's your take on that? There's a little bit of an unknown as to still with the safety cars. I know that we've had 3, so there's 2 mandatory and 1 option, but we don't know from race control if they've actually all been used or not. So what's your information on that, if you've got any?
I mean, that's a hard one, because nobody's hearing anything about the cautions, and we're hoping that another one might pop out, but if not, we're just going to keep pushing, see what we can get. But at the moment, it seems we've been taken out, we're a lap down now. It's just about recovering points and keeping the car straight and on track now. But then Peter's going to finish off his stint, and then I'm going to jump back in the car and finish it off. Hopefully my pace will put us a little bit further up the field.
Yeah, mate. Peter comes in now, mate. You're not needing to jump in the car at all, but he's in the lane, so he'll double stint.
Yeah, double stint for Peter.
Okay, mate. You showed some fantastic race of late. I was able to watch you battle and put it on pole for V8's Cops in the second split, so congratulations on that. You must be pretty rapt with how your racing's going lately.
Oh, definitely elated with how my racing's been going lately, man. Because as I've been saying to a lot of people, I've been pulling the pace out of my arse, literally, because not even I know where it's coming from. But then when I put it on pole for the V8 Cops round, I was just in shock and made a few mistakes then too, a few little rookie errors, burn rubber off the start, this and that, just setting the shit out.
Mate, we need to keep this a PG show if we can. We've got a few young viewers out there, but mate, I'll hand you over to Bernie, see if he's got any questions for you, but good luck for the rest of the round, and hope you end up with a solid result.
Yeah, thanks, Scott.
Yeah, before I get back to you, Sean, a bit of an update for the viewers here. Ian Ford is now in the 15. and he's running in 14th position. So expect to see this Demidov car start working its way back up to the front. So anyway, Sean, it looks like the pit stop went pretty smoothly here for Peter Latham, and he's come out in 23rd. So I guess you're jumping in the next stop, are you?
Yeah, that's correct. Okay, you didn't cross the yellow line again.
Yeah. And so are you going to then be in the car for the rest of the night, or is there room for Peter to jump back in a bit later?
Once Peter jumps out of the car, once again, I'll be jumping in for the remainder of the race and just trying to throw down consistent laps to gain some position and points back.
Yeah, fantastic. And you know, you're one lap down at the moment, but we've seen cars tonight, earlier on in the night, go a lap down and they've got that back. So I reckon keep on pushing that car and see where you end up. You've got plenty of time, 2 hours to go.
Exactly, you never call it quits until the race is over.
Exactly right. So before we let you go, do you want to give a shout out to any of your sponsors or people that have been backing you?
Oh yeah, just give a quick shout out to drivers, Peter Latham, Matthew Clote and Simon Pitt, that are all racing and our sponsor Coyote.
Fantastic, well best of luck and thanks for your patience in waiting down in the green room until we got you up here. It was a bit of a wait, but hopefully it was worth it.
Always worth it, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, see you, mate. So,
sorry, go on, mate. Go, you go.
I've forgotten what I was going to say.
I'll go. Mate, we've just had a flurry of pit stops happen, and a lot of cars completing their third stops. Got a few, got 1, 2, 3, roughly 4 or 5, 4 cars still within the top 10 that need a pit. So I believe Sam Sutton has just made a pass on Jason Bentz. Bentz was in the lead, so I reckon that's going to bring the number 2 car with Sam Sutton on board technically on track up into P1 once all the stops are filtered through. The one I'm really looking at though, and it's a fantastic comeback, is Henry King. After that incident and had to use the escape because his engine was blown, he's actually completed 3 pits but is sitting in P2 at the moment, and I dare say is going to go up into the lead because Jeff Gauci is now in the lane. Well, so is Henry King. So Cooper Murray will probably overtake these guys now and move up into P1.
Yeah, and I think Cooper Murray is the leader based on pit stops now, because remember they came in the same time as their teammate did at lap 44, so we're expecting these guys in at around about lap 69, so they find themselves back up there. Then we've got Jason Hyde in second. I don't think Jason, this car I don't think is pitted as yet though.
Well, the Cooper Murray and Jason Hyde and even Glenn have only done 2 pit stops, whereas your first car in the queue that's done 3 stops is Sam Sutton, followed by Bentz, Carroll, and depending on where these guys filter out, probably Jones and then King. The one that's dropped down the list is car number 1 with Jared Fissel and Kate Kugamia, and I was privy of seeing Jared hanging the rear end out coming out of the last corner and looped it. So bit of a balls up there from Jared, but he likes to put on a bit of a show, but unfortunately has dropped him down the water this time around.
Yeah, so they've got a lot of work to do. Ian Ford at the moment in that 15, he's classified as 10th at the moment.
Yeah, Ian Ford up in 10th. Fastest lap is done is a 206.9, so one of the other guys into the 206s. I'm pretty sure Jared was the only other at the time. And impressive still is the number 056 Nick Leisler. They've got to be wrapped with this result so far, sitting in P12.
Yeah, well, before the race we were having a chat with Nick, weren't we? And he thought he would be back in P20 or further back, didn't he? And at the moment P12, and they're looking good.
Yeah, that's right. I'm intrigued to find out or see when these other guys are going to pit. And I'm talking about Murray, Hyde and Glenn there. So they're the last cars pretty much that need to pit that's up the front. And I'm kind of imagining that they'll be doing it pretty soon.
Yeah, well, we forecast the maximum they can get to is lap 69 to stay within the rules. They did pit on lap 44, so they've run 11 laps. So they'll probably, what is the pit window here? How many laps does a V8 do before they have to refuel?
I'm still going roughly around the 25 to 27 mark, Bernie, is my guesstimate. Like I said, I haven't done any laps here. I can't get any inside information from the guys because of strategy reasons. So they're not giving me that information. But yeah, I'm going for around maybe 25 to 27 laps.
Okay, so I reckon we won't see Cooper Murray in until very close to lap 69.
Yeah, I think they might be stretching that, and then that'll see. Oh, but Cooper Murray, didn't he come in on the first swap? I think. I'm just going to go double check that. Yeah, because Mitchell only has completed 17 laps, and then they pitted, and Cooper Murray's been in the car since. So maybe we'll see. Obviously. Mitchell back in the car later on in the race, and Cooper Murray will do a couple of double stints now.
Yeah, I reckon that's the way it looks, doesn't it? Although, which one's a faster driver between them? Because they might pull Cooper Murray out on the next stop and then throw him back in the last hour of the race.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Cooper Murray looks like around 207-ish is his quickest, whereas Mitchell's was a 207 flat pretty much.
Okay, so they're fairly close, I guess, in time.
Yeah, they are. So, I mean, you know, it's consistency though, Bernie, and that's the important thing. Sorry, viewers, we're just getting some race control chat coming through that I'm picking up on. So we're talking about consistency over your stint, and there's no point having one guy that's able to do a 207 and then all these other laps are sporadic, you know, high 207s, then back down to a low 207 or a 208 and so on. So if you can maintain a high to mid 207 lap time, and your teammate can do similar, you're going to be better off in the long run. So I think that's something that teams need to look at and be working on, just consistent pace through their stint.
Yeah, and keep focused on their strategy. And I've said it, you know, to my teammates a few times that the slower driver, it's far better to have the slower driver drive to a number they're comfortable with than try to have them outdrive beyond their capability. And if you give them a number within, you know, the 95% range, and get them to stick with that and tell them to bring that car home in one piece, you're going to be far better off in the long run.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And it's about, you know, we've touched on it all race. We've talked to the guys that we've, you know, had up for interviews. It's about knowing who to battle and when to battle them, but maintaining your own procedure or your own strategy during the race. And, you know, 4 hours around here is still not, it's not a massive endurance race length, but 4 hours behind a V8 Supercar is still, you know, you need to be able to consistently hit your marks, hit your braking points, hit your apex, and you know, come home with a clean car, or be at least handing it over to your gun driver for the last stint, so that he can go out hard and battle.
Yeah, and the thing is, like 4 hours, it's still long enough for these guys to practice race strategy and, you know, have to focus on the big picture, because you know we know they're all racing drivers, and we know the red mist descends. It's just a matter of if they can put in a strategy to maintain that red mist, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. So, you know, how different guys go about it, different teams go about it, you know, is an individual thing. You know, we had Heath up here earlier, and he was telling Scott that, you know, just worry about your braking markers, look for your apex, take a breath, you know, relax your fingers kind of thing. So it's just keeping the driver occupied with things that he needs to be worrying about, and not things that he doesn't need to worry about. You know, yep, your gaps is, you know, worrying about your gaps is one thing, but in a four-hour race is probably not a huge thing. But you know, worrying about your braking points and your apexes, you've got that on your mind. You're just setting yourself to hit a continuous lap time each lap. That's what I want to hit, and doing that as efficiently as you can is the best way around it.
Yeah, and I've just had a message handed to me, and I tell you what, Scott, the courier company is not happy. There's not been many packages being sent in the last hour.
Who sent you that message, mate?
I just had it handed to me up here as from one of the grid girls.
Oh, and can you find out where they got it from? Because I'd like to know. So, look, you know, we can only call it as we see it, and if nobody's willing to put it out there and use pack and send, there's not a lot we can do about that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I just scribbled it down. Oh, sorry, that's my phone number. Yeah, I told them we can't do anything about that.
Yes. I'm surprised that you know, the grid girls have not been hanging out with us much tonight, Bernie, and yeah, but that's all right, mate. I've actually got a message come through from Nick Heusler, Angry Birds Car 056. So let's get him up here, and we were supposed to go on board with Nick, but unfortunately he was not able to unmute when we dragged him up here last time.
Alright, I'll drag him up. You can have a chat, because I need to have a bit of a nap. Actually, I should go and make myself another coffee, shouldn't I? What
Yeah, I was going to say, you go do that. Put your the cameras on Most Exciting or something, or on Nick's car. We should probably get some vision of them heading around for their sponsors. And yeah, I'll have a chat.
No worries. Who's driving Nick's car?
Car 056, you want, mate? Daryl Hockey.
Every time I hear that name, I think of a politician for some reason.
I think that's Daryl Hockey. Daryl Hockey.
Yeah, Daryl Hockey. I reckon they've got the flaming Liberal guy driving this car.
You know what, mate? I'll ask Nick for you. How's that?
Sounds like a plan. I reckon that's what it is.
Fair enough. Nick, welcome to the RRTV commentary booth. Bernie's just going to shoot off and make himself a coffee before he falls asleep, he reckons. So, mate, he's spreading rumours for your team. He reckons you've got the Liberal candidate Daryl Hockey driving for you guys. Are you able to confirm or deny those allegations?
Well, thanks, Scott. Sorry about earlier. I had my mic. Had my mic muted, and obviously while I was driving, I couldn't unmute it. But Daryl Hockey, of course, we had Joe Hockey was the Liberal treasurer, and Daryl's his nephew.
Oh, okay. So Benny was pretty close, relationship at least. But yeah, I didn't think.
So
it was
the story goes.
Yeah. So I cannot confirm or deny.
No, it's not the kind of thing when he first joined the team he was asked and he said, "Oh no, it's my uncle," and you sort of go, "Oh, okay." Your favourite uncle or just an uncle?
Yeah, that's it. And look, I guess it's one of those things that you can't choose your family, but you can choose your friends. So, yeah, mate, you guys are doing. I'm pretty rough for you guys. Like, you've been up within the top 10, I believe, with some strategy calls and whatnot. But you were sitting just recently in P12. Must have just taken a pit stop, is that right? You're down
Yep, just took a pit, put Daryl in the car, so he'll bring the money home from here. But yeah, not so much strategy, because I wouldn't say that it was strategic that I hit the wall, which sort of forced us to pit when we didn't want to. But yeah, so I'm done for the night. Dazza doesn't want to risk any more damage to the car, so I'm out. But yeah, it's going to be touch and go whether or not we're going to get home with one more stop. We'd probably need 2 safety cars in the 056 to get home from here, but we'll play it out. I mean, to us the key lap is lap 82 to push, 83 to be comfortable.
So, I mean, they've said it's 107 laps, but it's all based on time as well. Being a 240 minutes, a 4-hour race. Is there a number that you guys are thinking it's going to be, or is it based on time?
No, we're just working on 107. Keep working on that, and as I said, that in those mid-80s, low mid-80s laps, we'll all come piling in, so we don't get caught out with a safety car towards the end.
Yeah, and that's one thing that we've touched on earlier. So there has been 3 safety cars, and they do have 2 mandatory and 1 option, but we heard it is at the race control's discretion as to whether or not the 3 that have been in use are actually the 3 from race control, or whether or not they were racing ones that needed to be called. So there's still opportunity that we've got the impression there could be another safety car still. So that's yet to play out, which I think will make or break some people's strategy.
Yeah, my understanding is that the first one was called, and the second 2 were as a result of incidents. So yeah, still 1 to go. It's just a case of when it is. I mean, I've got no doubt it'll probably be, if I was a betting man, I'd say around about somewhere between lap 90 and 95 if I had to put money on it. That's no inside knowledge. That's, I think, if race control's going to make it interesting, that's when people will either be short filling at the end or getting in as early as they can to run to the end.
Yeah, well, they apparently base it off a generating system, which gets done before the race, and obviously only Martin knows what numbers they are. So word is that it can't be a strategic call. It's just this is the number, and that's when it gets called. So as we see your 2 teammates nose to tail there. And I have to commend the Benz and Hammond effort as well. Fantastic result, leading the way in that last stint towards the end, and doing another solid job like they did at Sebring as well. So Angry Birds teams are definitely having a good night so far.
Yeah, they had a problem at their first pit stop. Jason started the race, he got a little bit of a tickle up at turn 2. But then when they came in for their first pit stop and do a driver swap, Jason got out of the car, and then as he did that, it came up with that the car was being towed. So they had a 15-second tow before they could actually then get in and start their pit stop. So that dropped them right to the tail of the field. And I'm not too sure if you saw the first race restart, but we were about 6 or 7 spots in front of Mike, and by the time we got to turn 1, he was down the inside of us and in front of a couple of cars in front of us. So he was driving pretty possessed then. But yeah, they're doing a good job, as they always do. And just give a shout out to Blake Neck as well, who's just come in at the last minute to partner up with Brodie Maris in the 002.
Yeah, so again, 3 cars out there for you guys. A very strong team effort overall. To get one car out there is hard enough, but to get three and being competitive is just a fantastic effort from the ABR guys and yourself and whatnot. So speaking of the pit lane glitch though, the same thing happened to the number 4 G2 Mega Racing Falcon of Burton and Matt Ross Munro. So clearly there's a glitch there, and probably something that we need to get on top of and send to iRacing support.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, because Jason said he escaped out of the car. I didn't know you could do that. We've always pressed the remove driver button, so I'm not too sure what your guys do, whether they escaped or the other driver hit the remove driver button. So that might be a problem solver for it. But I'll tell you what, at the start of the race, I was actually watching that number 4 car, because I thought they were in a position where potentially things could go wrong, so working out there to see where the accident was going to happen. And geez, what an opening lap those guys drove. They were spectacular. I think they started in about 11th or 12th and were up to 4th or something by the end of lap 1.
Started 8th and but moved up to, I think they actually got up into P3 and then fell back to P4 again. But did have a solid opening round, but one of those races that just didn't go their way at all, and unfortunately ended up withdrawing the car after a car width apart netcode sent them crashing into the wall. So unfortunately nothing that they could control, and iRacing's come through once again. So
must be an FSR conspiracy, is it?
I'm a bit dirty on it, mate, to be honest, but just over kind of people's races getting ruined for just things that with this technology in this stone age should not be occurring. So, but anyway, mate, sorry, you touched on before, you're not going to step back into the car, and Daryl's going to continue all the way through. And any inside info on the other 2 cars?
No, but I'll message you back with that, because I actually jumped out of the car and haven't been in to see them, so I'm not too sure where they're at to give an update on strategy. But I'll send you a note as to if anything exciting is planned.
That'd be great, Nick. Beautiful, thank you. Any inside info on strategies is always kind of good to cover off when we can. But mate, look, I'm going to give you, good luck for the rest of the race. If you can give a shout out to your sponsors and whatnot, give them a bit of a plug while we're having a chat. And
yeah, thanks, Scotty. A big shout out to Gareth at Simulator, who's been on board with us pretty much since we jumped over into iRacing last year. He's been a great supporter, and check out their website at simulate-it.com.au to check out the quality Aussie built rigs that they've got there for sale. And they've just released a new set of hydraulic pedals as well, though, for those that are looking for a nice upgrade there.
Cheers, Nick. Good luck for the rest of the race, and make sure if the guys get up on the podium towards the end that they step in and for a post-race interview.
Thanks, mate. Will do. I've got to head off to bed because I've got to go to work in a couple of hours, so I'll pass it on.
You do. Cheers, Nick.
Thanks, mate.
Well, that was an interesting chat. Did we get to the bottom of the hockey scandal?
Yes, we did. They are relatives.
I thought I could see that big cigar sticking out the window.
It was Joe Hockey, I think you were thinking of.
Yeah, Daryl Joe, or same name to me.
Mate, I'm just going to have to excuse myself because I, like you, need to go get a coffee as well. So I'm going to let you take the controls for a little bit, and I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, no worries. And while you're doing that, we'll take you through the top 16 drivers, because there's been a bit of a mix-up in the standings at this stage. So Jason Hyde has taken the lead in the car 041, followed by Cooper Murray, who's coming in for his pit stop, and he will be out of this car, no doubt, and his co-driver will jump in, and there we go, Mitchell Koliak's back into that car, so he's dropped down to 5th position. Second at the moment, Jason Bent's Team Simulator, doing a great job there. Marty Carroll in the KSW painting entry is in 3rd position, followed by Glenn Postlethwaite in the Logitech entry. 5th is Kane Kujimiya in the Simworks Speed TV sponsored ANZ car. Then 6th place is Adam Zeitinger in the 000. 7th Craig Jones for ERA and the Maverick Welding entry there. 8th Mitchell Koliak, who's just had his pit stop. 9th Sam Sutton, who's also now taking service as well. 10th is Daniel Ackland. Looking at, well, he's now 9th. 10th is Blake Neck in the 002, followed by Sam Sutton, who's just finished that pit stop. In 11th, Bruce Kiley in 12th position, followed by Sean Chappell in the 717 entry. He's currently in 13th. 14th is Simon Pitt in the 17, followed by Ian Ford. Ian was making headway in there. He did get up to as high as 7th, I think, but I think they've had another pit stop and put them down to 15th. Michael Rushton is 16th and the last person on the lead lap. So that's your top 16 rounder. So I'm trying to find some battles here for you folks, but the cars are very spread out, and I put my money on it that I reckon we'll get another safety car in the next 15 laps here to tighten the field up, but we'll see if I'm right or wrong. Having a look at YouTube at the moment, if any of you guys are still awake out there, how are you enjoying the racing? So while we're, let's jump on board with, let's see, Jason Bent's. We're going to jump on board with Marty Carroll for a lap around here in the V8 Supercar. So if you like the sounds of the V8, crank up your sound now, and I'll be quiet for a lap, and you can enjoy the sounds of these big V8s. spread out quite a lot. There's no real battles going on at this stage. We've got the top 14 are on the lead lap only, and the last one on the lead lap is Ian Ford in the Evolution Racing Australia Demidov entry there. These were our pole sitters for the guys that have just joined us, and they have been struggling, it must be said, most of the night. But we'll see if they can get any further up, but they're having a bit of a hard one there tonight, Scott.
Yeah, they are. I guess, we touched on this before with, teaming up with the team of Brent and Ian, and we just see Ian get up another position. But yeah, it was going to be, I guess, kind of hard when the car fell back from off the pole down a little bit out of the top 10, made its way back up. But maybe this is a strategy that will play back into their hands. Later on in the race.
Yeah, well, he's definitely showing good race pace. His last lap was a 2:07.009, and that's the fastest car out there, the last lap, so he's not hanging about.
Yeah, not at all, and he'll have his eyes forward and making sure he's hitting those apexes and trying to get up the field and those positions as quickly as he can.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's pit strategy or not, because this car, he did get it up to about 7th, I think it was, before he dropped back down again. So I'm just wondering if he's in this position now because of their pit strategy or their pit stops, just putting him out of sequence a little bit with the other drivers.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. And in the interview we had with Nick, they're definitely counting on doing the 107 laps. So that's what a lot of the teams and drivers are judging or working on as strategy. So it's still a long way to go in this race. We're talking about an hour and 20 odd minutes to go, Bernie.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a late one here, that's for sure. We're forecast to still finish at around about 12 a.m. midnight in where I am, and 10 p.m. your time.
Real time?
In the fake time. but even with the safety cars, I calculated by the time the 240 minutes are up, they're probably going to be around about the 99 to 100 lap mark anyway.
Yeah, but if you're stuck in that kind of area of pit stops, are there guys that can stretch it out to make it so they're only having to do, one more, or two more stints, but one more stop, So, whereas if there's guys out there that have to do 2 stops, that's just, again, it's just time in pit lane that you just don't want to have to be doing.
Well, exactly right, and some of the guys lower down in the field might actually think about rolling the dice for that and going for the 99 to 100 lap mark, thinking that possibly then the 240 minutes comes up and it's race over. Yeah,
that's it. I think you've covered it off there, Bernie. So, like you're saying before, mate, the field's spread out a bit. It seems to be some just, I don't know, I wouldn't say they're just putting around, so to speak, but everybody's just running their own race and doing their own thing at the moment. So no real battle groups, so to speak. It's all now just playing out with strategy.
Yeah, the pack and send guys, they've just gone off. They've got a hot dog and a beer and they're sitting down out there just watching the race now. I think they've given up on sending anything today.
Yeah, mate, I think, I guess it's not like Sebring where it was a lot easier to do and more places to do it. So, I mean, we're still in the US, but maybe Sebring had a special rate going on pack and send deals.
It might have been. and it looks like we're down to 26 drivers still. Henry King sitting in the pits there is a 26, so that car may have a question mark over it now as to whether it's going to get to the end or not.
Now, which car was that? Sorry, Bernie?
The 52.
The 52?
Yeah, Henry King. He was really strong there, and they're just sitting in the pits at the moment, going nowhere. They've been there for a very long time.
No other driver, Bernie.
Okay, so he's basically just got to park it if they don't have another driver.
Realistically, you know, it's showing up registered as with Henry King. But yeah, doesn't look like anybody else is getting into that car, unfortunately. So
that's a huge shame. It's that car was so competitive, and it's such a shame that he's put in all this work and he doesn't have someone that can jump in that car. Maybe you should go down there and jump in there, Scott.
Yeah, I think I forgot my race suit and helmet, Bernie, I'm afraid. So I've left it at it's at Phillip Island for the weekend. So I'll yeah, unfortunately I'll be flying back from America in the morning and having a bit of personal time, and then yeah, down to Phillip Island for Sunday for the SEK round down there.
Yeah, it's a big one too, isn't it? 6-hour race this weekend.
Yeah, 6-hour team driving event. So T3 racing in the island should be a bit of fun, and teaming up with my good mate Trent Thomas, who you've had the privilege, Bernie, you've had the privilege of seeing him and I battle pretty hard together against each other, but yeah, teaming up this time, and hopefully we can bring the car home with a pretty solid result.
Yes, I have had the privilege. It reminds me of that old handbags at dawn between you two.
Yeah, no, it's good fun racing, Trent. You know, it's always going to be a pretty hard battle, but a very fair battle as well. So yeah, always good fun. He's actually racing in the KRF series tonight, the GT1 and GT3 series. So I had my stint there last week, and he's over there having a crack at it for the ANZ chat show. So get a bit of feedback, and we're going to cover that one off on the next edition.
Yeah, he definitely likes it. GT racing, doesn't he?
He certainly does, and yeah, mate. I've just gotten, just going back onto the Henry King. Just gotten information come through that Richard Elwood was not able to join the session. So wondering if that's a technical glitch that's come through there. But yeah, Henry was able to get me the message, and. Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate, because he did show great speed. He got back up to, you know, well within the top 10. I think at one stage back up to about P3. So Henry, unlucky there, my friend, and I hope you can sit back maybe with a beer now and enjoy the broadcast.
Yeah, it sounds like I've heard that come up a few times with drivers not being able to get into the session. It happened to me once, and the only way I fixed it was I exited the session and basically got right out of iRacing completely and came back in, and then it let me. But hopefully iRacing is looking at these things, and they need to fix them.
Yeah, and I guess it all depends on how you have set up that person within your team. I know there's a couple of click down boxes that you can have anybody that's even a friend can join in your team session. So guys might just want to have a quick view of what they've got set up there when they're doing some team racing.
Yeah, I don't have any of those friends, that is.
Oh, you've got plenty, mate. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Bernie, I'm your friend.
Oh, are you? Oh,
Yeah.
but I have to pay you to be that.
Well, mate, if that's the case, I haven't received any checks yet.
Yeah, okay.
Just if... oh, yep, that's what I was going to get.
Yeah, so top 5 update for you folks out there. Let's do this. So Jason Bentz in the simulator is leading this race, followed by Marty Carroll in second. Third, Kane Kujimiya, Simworks entry. Fourth, Adam Zeitinger, but Mitchell Koliak is right behind him and they're fighting for position. So we will stay with this battle.
Mate, I've actually just had a car spin. There's been a crash at turn 1. Like a couple of guys are going side by side into turn 1, and we got not like Kane Kirk. Maybe it was. Sorry. So Blake Neck, Jamie Eaton, the Redback team, Bernie, and Kane Kugamiya, car number 1. So he should just come back and try and grab his racing line again.
Alright, we'll have a look at that in a moment as Mitchell Koliak's now making a move on Adam and moves up there, and he's up to 4th now.
He is in P4, and Kane's still holding P3. Marty Carroll P2, Jason Bentz up there in P1, and we've got Mr. Sideways himself, Bernie, in the ready for interview room. Jared Thistle, do we want to have a quick word and get Jared up for a bit of an interview?
Yeah, let's bring up Mr. Fuel Cell and you can have a chat with him. I'm still trying to drink my coffee.
No worries, mate. Jared, welcome to the commentary box, mate. Some great racing out there tonight, and clearly had a lot of pace on board. Tell us a bit about how your race is going.
Yeah, not too bad. I think Carnage has come over the radio saying that it's been completely chopped off and spun, so I think we're trying everything to throw away this race at the moment.
Yeah, I was just talking to Bernie about that. Looks like 2 guys in front of you were side by side, and unfortunately somebody's gone into a bit of a tank slapper by the looks of things and come across on the nose of you guys. So hopefully not too much damage, and the possibility of a quick repair still up your sleeve, or a couple for that matter, but obviously it's not really what you wanted at this stage of the race.
Yeah, exactly. I think we're still got a few fronts and rears. That's probably the first one that we used, so
yep.
Still good turns on that part, but I think we're going alright.
And mate, love your enthusiasm for hanging out the rear end and getting it completely sideways. What happened there on the last turn though, mate? I managed to pick up that that last corner spin that you stuffed up.
It's pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. I'm not sure Skate would be too impressed though. He likes to get it sideways, but not loop it around, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'll get on to Dunlop about that. I think I had a bit of the weaving of the rubber coming out of the car there, so yeah, not great tread rider by Dunlop tonight, so they'll get a hand in.
So it's the old good tradesman blaming the tools trick, eh?
Yeah, definitely the rears aren't very good.
Mate, you guys are pretty solid team outing. You've got Mitchell sitting up in P3 at the moment, and the 49 and the 1 car were pretty much 1-2 for early on in the race. We've talked to other drivers about setups and strategy, that type of thing. Is that something that as a team, or even within the car team, you guys have to work on a fair bit, or you've got pretty similar driving styles?
Yeah, well, I hadn't even driven set cane motor set up. I probably did. I jumped in with like 3 minutes left in quali and they were my practice laps. So, and I had to start because Kane had to go play basketball. So yeah, I was pretty much forced into a setup that I'd never driven before. So got used to that pretty quick.
And how is it something that you would normally run or like, or not really?
There's room for improvement, still. Bit of fine tuning, but yeah, there's a few bits that I don't like about it. Just the front end of the car. It's not as pointy as I'd like it. It's a bit lazy in the front end.
Yep. That's fair enough, mate. Here from out, obviously, Kane just had to do that pit stop, but what's the plans or the strategy from here on out?
I think I'm going to get back in the car and absolutely drive the wheels off it.
Caution's just been thrown. So I'm predicting this would be the last or the third, the option caution that race control are going to use. So I'm not sure if you need to talk to Kane or not, mate, but how does this now go?
Is there a caution, sir?
Yep.
I better jump in the sim then, eh?
Alright, mate. We'll let you go, but thanks for jumping up here and giving us your time, and good luck for the rest of the race, buddy.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, so this is the second competition caution, I think, because the other two were due to accidents, weren't they?
Yeah, but we did have one at the start, and then we had the other two that were pretty quick succession. So, Shane did say that one of those could be the taken up with as a competition caution. So, not 100% on whether or not this is the third or if this is actually the second, to be honest, Bernie, and I'm not likely to think that we're going to find out from Martin either, because it's going to add uncertainty to the teams on exactly how many are left and how that's going to play out for strategy.
Yeah, and I guess we're going to see Jared now jump back into the number one here, and Kane will probably jump out. We'll see how far he can get. Ian Ford's also in 9th now, so this is another car that is being brought back into contention with this safety car.
Yeah, certainly has. And 30, we're 30, if we're going by lap 107, we're only 33 laps, 34 laps short at the moment. So we're looking at full stint plus a splash and dash to go.
Yeah, and if they get a clean restart, and we're pretty much getting into the sprint race territory here, aren't we?
Well, we certainly are, and I think this is where now, as long as you are the main driver but haven't gone over or don't go over your laps information, you'd be throwing that driver in to take you through to the end. But we've got Shane from SDRT down there, who is our host for the series, so maybe he can shed some light on us on what's going on. We're going to have to talk to him. G'day Shane, thanks for coming up to the comms box again. Mate, are you able to shed any light on the safety car at the moment for us?
Yeah. One of the random ones, the others were due to accidents, so yeah, keep it all interesting, bunch it all up and let the guys get going again. Another random one.
Wow, so we're just talking about fuel-wise. We were guessing that teams were going to be roughly about 25 to 27 laps on a tank. Is that the case?
Yeah, around that will be around 25, I'd say, 24.
Okay. So with that in mind, it's definitely going to need a splash and dash of about probably 10 laps worth of fuel.
Yeah, they will. Yep. Yeah, it's starting to liven things up a bit.
Certainly is indeed. So we're just watching now a few of the lead guys coming in. Jason Benz, Martin Carroll, Adam Seatinger, Craig Jones is in, Mitchell Cialak has stayed out. Looks like Jason Hyde has stayed out, Sam Sutton stayed out. Very mixed up at the moment what's going to happen here.
Are they waiting for the pit lane to open?
Pit lane has opened. That's happened. Yep, that's happened. So I'm thinking though that this is a track position strategy, or some of the other guys like just to get yourself that track position and be staying at the front of the pack rather than mixed up in traffic.
Yeah, maybe do the splash and dash later on. For that last 10 laps,
That's right. So mate, how's your race now going? We had you up here earlier and we talked about just, plugging away type thing. How are you guys now looking for the remainder of the race?
My teammate did a few times and I had an internet dropout drama where I ended up in the wall, so yeah, our car's used up all its fast repairs and we've dropped right back. But it's still having fun. It's just it's good to be out there racing, but yeah, we're not going too good now.
I think you touched on it there, Shane. It's about having fun, and while I get the seriousness of racing and what we do and that kind of stuff, it's still, if you can walk away from the event and go, you know what, I put 100% into that, but I got 100% satisfaction and enjoyment back out of it. I mean, that's what we should really be looking at. I just think that sometimes we probably take it a little bit too far with the serious side, so
it's good to see, like, there's some guys that have been in the series 2 from the start, and they're actually, there's some guys up the front that are normally up the back, so it's working out really well for some of the guys that have been in there for a while that haven't done all that well, but now with the safety car format they're starting to move up. It just goes to show, you just need to be there at the end. It's not necessarily all about how fast you are. There's a lot in it.
Yeah, that's right. We've just had the safety car extended, so I'm just making sure that's so that the position of the cars, I would say, can get in their rightful spots on behind the safety car.
Yeah, it's tricky with the flag cars around. The problem is it doesn't always work with the safety car, and people get penalties, and it becomes really messy. So the safety car can be a bit of a problem at times. It's not, iRacing haven't set it up perfectly to work out, people can get penalties and all sorts of stuff. It's a bit of a drama. But it's good, it mixes up the racing, it makes it more exciting. I mean, that last race at Sebring, those last 10 laps were brilliant.
Yeah, they certainly were brilliant. It was great to commentate, and there was a lot of fast and fierce racing going on as well. So, I'm pretty sure that we're going to get that type of thing happen here, and I think it's going to be a matter of the right cars being at the right place on track to be able to maximise that last lap, or the last 10 laps of fuel that teams and drivers are going to have to take on board.
Yeah, and the lead driver and the co-driver combinations and all that sort of stuff will play out too, so it's going to be on. It's definitely not over.
To say the least. So, I mean, we've got 39 laps to go, 38 laps to go.
It's saying 33 on my screen, but it'll be on the delay.
Yeah, it's 107 lap race, we're in lap 76 now, so sorry, 102 laps to go. Bernie, any questions or queries for Shane while he's spared us his time?
Yeah, the main one I've got is, you know how it's the SDRT 240. Do you have it set up so it's either 107 laps or the 4 hours, or is it just till the end of the 107 laps?
We set it up to try and get it so that it works out at 4 hours, but Marty's pointed out tonight, I think because of the safety cars it's going to go into a bit of overtime, but it will go 107 laps.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure, that's all. That was the only question I had, Shane.
Yeah. We try to get it to as close to 4 hours as we can, but because of the safety cars I think it's going to stretch it out a little bit longer tonight, but yeah, we try and keep it to that 240 minutes.
Well, the safety car lights are out, so I'm assuming we're going to go green soon, so that's the only question I had for you, mate.
Oh, you guys will be busy now. It's going to be on for young and old.
Yeah, glad I got me coffee, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's it,
Yeah, no, it's going to be awesome.
The next round's for a while, and that's 4 weeks, so give a break now.
It's interesting, Scott, to see how the drivers have, some of them have opted for position, like Kane Kujimiya. We thought Jared was going to jump in that car, they've opted for position and got that car back up into 5th at this stage. And Sam Sutton's another one, he's sitting in 3rd at the moment. Mitchell Koliak though, he's back up the front.
Yeah, Mitchell back up the front. They start the race very well and led the first lap lead. Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. And you know, behind Mitchell, you've got a few lap cars before the second placed Jason Hyde cars. I think there's about 4 or 5 cars mixed in between. So depending on what their pace is, depends on what they're going to have to do. And I know there's blue flags, but if you're a faster car, even laps down, you should be able to run your own race and try and gap those cars, because anything can play out in this 4-hour race. And who knows, you could be down in 15th and find your way up into the top 10 again, just through strategy.
Just on that point of Jason Hyde, he won the Americas race today over Marlon. He's got a lot of pace here. He's going really well, Jason.
Yeah, right. That's the performance cards.
Yeah, he'll be one to watch.
His teammates with El Navi. Yeah, so even El Navi's been showing some great pace as we go to green, and Mitchell's trying to streak away as quickly as he can. Hyde's trying to make a pass and get past these lap cars as quickly as he can.
Yeah, this is when it's dangerous, isn't it? The field shuffled 3 wide, 2 wide through the first corner, and through the trouble spot here, and a lot of dirt flying, but it looks like they got through here cleanly.
Sure does, and we've seen the other car to keep an eye on would be Kane Kugamiya, and he's jumped a few positions, but got past a few cars as quickly as we could. We've got 3 wide down here in the back. Adam Hyland, Ben and Ian Ford, who's in 6th position. So you've got 2 guys racing for position ahead of Ian, but Ian's trying to get through them as quickly as he can and manages to do so, and brings along with him Hammond and Martin Carroll as well. So you've got 5 cars battling, 3 of them are for position and the other 2 are for position, but a bit further down the track.
That was good awareness by Ian, the way he threaded the needle, and he knew exactly where those cars were, and he knew when to move over to get the inside on the other car. Now he's got another 2 guys he's trying to get through. He's got his hands full at this restart.
Certainly has, and this is helping, out of the 2, this is probably helping Hammond. These guys will be aware that the faster cars are definitely coming through the pack and need to get through the pack as quickly as possible. So Ian's like right outside lanes, fantastic driving through the fast right-hand sweeper, and Hammond's looking to get those places covered off very, very quickly. Got his teammate, I think, in front, probably certainly wanting to be giving Michael that spot and move out of the way as fast as he can, because Jared's on the move, Hyde's on the move, and Mitchell, well, he's just gapped. He's
don't discount Kane though. Kane's right behind Jason at the moment, and he's got that car up in the 4th, and he's looking hungry to improve.
For a reason, trying to work out where Sutton is, and can't. There he is. Okay, found him. Sorry, Performance Motorsports 02 car. He's cleared off some traffic there as well, and he'll be eyes forward and trying to get on the march and hunt down Mitchell, who's now broken that gap out to 4.2 seconds over Sutton, 5.4 out to Hyde, and 5.5 roughly to Kungamia.
And Kane's trying to get through, but he just can't. He's boxed in here, and he's got the pace. He just can't get that car up past Jason Hyde at the moment, because Jason's actually using the traffic to great effect to keep Kujimiya behind him.
Yeah, Bernie, I mean, you've got to race smart though, you know. Different strategies are going to play out differently here, so it's one thing, you know, being where you are on track, but you've got to know who your competition is. You've got to know, okay, when did they stop? Are they going to be stopping before us? Are they going to have to put on more fuel? These are, like, I don't think a lot of teams probably know. These are the type of things that you really have to actually be paying attention to. Because come the end of the race, these are the guys that you need to be fighting, and you need to know what their strategy play is.
Yeah, well, we know all these guys up front that are battling hard at the moment. They're pretty much 30 laps to go. I guess all the cars are going to have to make one more pit stop. It's just a matter of when these guys make it and where they come out with the last hour of this race to go. Last 30 minutes, let's say, because we're probably in the last hour now.
We are in the last hour of racing, Bernie. You're right, we've got 52 minutes to go. And I tell you what, it is on for young and old. I don't think this is going to be waiting for the last 10 laps. I think this is going to be on now. And if it's not on, then you need to head down to Clipsal and buy yourself a switch, people, because you need to be on the ball.
You certainly do. And at the moment, Kane Kujimi has just got past Jason Hyde, so he's up to 3rd. We know Jared's wanting to jump back into that car at some point to bring it home. I think Kane's just trying to keep this car up at the pointy end to give it back to Jared. 4th, Jason Hyde, but Ian Ford, he's on his way. He's up to 5th.
Benny, I'm just having a look back at some lap numbers, and Jared has done 50 laps. So he's got 19 to go, and you're not going to believe this. That's roughly your splash and dash that you're going to need. So these guys, not only fast, but strategy, they know what they're doing, mate. And I'm gonna put it out there, Bernie. I'm gonna put the number 1 car for P1 come into the race. That's my prediction.
Okay, it's a good prediction. They're running 3rd at the moment. I'm thinking, I'm gonna pick 5 cars.
Oh, come on, mate. There's only one of them can win. You can't pick 5 cars to win.
I'm gonna go with Mitchell Collier in the 49. I reckon this car's showing pace all night, and I reckon, you know, they've got a huge chance of winning this race. They've led for 43 laps, 44 now, so I'm going with them.
Rightio. I think anybody that's racing's got a chance, so if you're out on track, who knows, everybody else might get disconnects and come through. You might still be the only one there and come through for the win, but tell you what, the other guy to keep an eye on, people, is Ian Ford. He's just made the pass on Hyde, and he's sitting up in no, it's just gone back and back again. So those guys are definitely in a great battle there, but Ian Ford closes that one off and shows hide the do not enter, managers only sign, and
but he's not given up. He's going to put it down the inside. No, he's not. We know Jason has pace, so what Shane was saying earlier, he won the Circuit Americas race earlier on today, so he could be in here with a shot at the end as well.
Definitely could be. There must be an awesome battle going on with 10th, 11th and 12th, Bernie. I'm just going to go back to that and have a look, but we've got the likes of Bruce Keeley, Sean Thompson and Jaden Org. It's actually quite a decent gaggle of cars happening at the moment for this position, which is 11th. Yeah, 11th, right, 12th. Oh, so battle group there.
You're right there. Yeah, we're I'm having a look at this battle between Marty Carroll, Michael Hammond back here in 6th, 7th and 8th. These guys are really going at it, and Glenn Postlewaite is right in the middle of this.
Seventh, must be 6th, 7th and 8th. So yeah, it is. So 3 or 4 way battle there, 3-car battle. So Marty Carroll in P8, Glenn in P11, and Michael Hammond in P6. So another one of those guys or teams that are wondering where it's going to head with strategy, because if you remember, the Angry Birds racing car was up leading the last couple of stints, now sitting in P6, and as you see, Michael Ford hits. Michael Ford in the pit, Bernie. It's 20. They may be thinking that they can make it without another pit stop, and they're getting it out of the way now.
And that's the thing, we know these cars have to stop, and it's just a matter of where these cars are going to come out in this pack. Like we saw Marty Carroll, he was up the front fighting, he went in the pits, everyone stayed out, he's back there in 8th position, and at the moment he's going to be pushing it to get in the top 5, but it's really going to come back down to this last pit stop and how good these drivers or these team strategy plays out.
Yeah, and this is where I think you have to be wise, Bernie. If you pit as soon as you possibly can, but it puts you back out on track in traffic, then you're battling with guys. You don't want to be exiting the pit lane and falling back into traffic. You want a nice clear track, so you can get the undercut of the fresher tyres and make up ground on those guys that haven't pitted yet. But it's a tough one. We know that the likes of Kane can't come into the pit yet and throw Jared into the car, because Jared would then do too many laps, and they don't want to have to pit unless they have to. And so that's one part. But if you can now get your lead driver in from now or roughly in 2 laps time, to then come and finish the race because they haven't done their maximum amount of laps, it's your pitch strategy is going to be no doubt top notch. I'm thinking.
Yeah, well, we know with Kane, he has to be out there for at least another 7 laps, or 7 laps minimum, doesn't he? Because that's when Jared's 19-lap window opens. But it's just a matter of, as you said, if he dives in and then Jared gets buried in the field and is battling, he's going to have a tough time of it.
Certainly is. The tell you what, the guy that's on an absolute flyer at the moment is Ian Ford. He's caught up to these guys very, very quickly. Last lap around at 2:06.757, so he has got the eyes on and the hammer down, and he's going hell for leather and probably as committed as you're ever going to see, I'd say.
I'll tell you what, I do know, the pit girl up here just told me he's got the sellotape out and he's starting to package stuff.
Oh, so you think he's going to send it?
He's rapping like it's no tomorrow, mate. Santa Claus is coming to town, all that stuff.
Rightio, ladies and gentlemen. Well, a bit of an inside scoop there. The ERA car is looking to move on up through the field and get past these guys, and a bit of Oz Postal Service is on the cards apparently.
Definitely, and if anyone would know, it's the pit girls. They know all sorts of stuff.
The amount of inside information that they have, you know, I mean, they love to sit and flirt on the grid with the drivers, so I wouldn't be too surprised that there's a little bit of chattiness going on when they're doing their parade laps and whatnot.
The thing is, if anyone can get near one of these mechanics that work on these cars, it's the pit girls, man. No one else can get anywhere near them, but if you're a pit girl, you just walk straight on in.
Well, yeah, they've got the VIP passes, don't they, Bernie? They can get in and around and everywhere they like. So, you know, good on them. I'd use that advantage up as well if I could.
Yeah. So anyway, the tinsel's coming out and the packing is starting, and this number 15's on its way up the front.
Yeah, going to be interesting, I think, with these guys for strategy as well. Just going to try and find out when they last pitted. Well, lap 38. Ian Ford has been in the car since lap 38. So, Ernie, I don't think he can finish the race.
Oh, really? Well, if he can't, that's going to put paid to my prediction on Santa Claus, so oh well.
Just bear with me, I'm going to make sure of that. Oh, no, I lied, it's perfect. It is absolutely dead set, 69 laps. So Ian Ford will be in this race until the end of the race.
And that is fantastic. We know ERA, they're great with their strategy, and this is just another example of that they can get that number perfect and have this car placed in 4th position when it counts with 25 laps remaining.
It certainly is, and I mean, they've got a strong team behind them, you know, and they use that to their advantage. So as we see Kane Cougamere going for a pass on Sam Sutton and throws it up the inside, a little bit of contact, I think they're on exit. And you know who's going to get the run out of this? Yeah, Kane's locked up the fronts and just slid forward.
Yeah, it looks like Santa Claus is here now. I'm so tired, that's all I can say.
And Ian Ford has moved into, maybe, yes, and Kane's giving back that spot. Very, very good sportsmanship there from Kane. Front end of the car slid out and unfortunately took Sam off the track, and really, really good to see there from Kane to give that position back, even though Sam's just unfortunately locked up the front end and slid off the track, and Kane's taken it back. So now it's back on for young and old, I guess we could say, Bernie, with Kane chasing down Ian Ford, Sam Sutton following Kane, hopefully able to keep on the back of him and Mr. Mitchell. Cialak well out in front with a 6.15 second gap.
If you look at the times though, Ian took out of Mitchell 4/10 of a second as he goes really wide there last lap. He's actually quicker than Kane is as well by really very close, but it'll be interesting now to see if Ian can can actually put in some hard numbers here and start pulling in that gap of 5.6 seconds.
Yeah, we're just getting 5.8, 5.9. He's already almost got a second gap on Kane, so he's definitely got a lot of pace come late stages of the race. Maybe we didn't see that pace earlier when they were buried a little bit, Bernie, in traffic, and now that he's got clear space in front of him, he's definitely put the hammer down and chasing down to close that gap. Viewers, we've just got a few messages coming through of cars to respect blue flags, so maybe there's a few teams out there that need to show a little bit more respect and let those faster cars through when blue flags are being waved. But the battle at the front is on, and tell you what, there's not only battles at the front, but there's a few more down the track as well. From 13th place upwards, that's the start of our non-lapped cars from 13th up, so great pace being shown here from the lead bunch. Heath Brennan in 14th, the first of our lap cars down, and still doing a solid job, and he'll be pretty impressed if he can bring it home anywhere near, I guess, around top 10.
We're just having a look further down in 10th and in 11th at the moment. There's a bit of a battle going on with these guys, but they're buried in traffic as well, which makes it doubly hard.
Yeah, we've actually just had the final warning for car 085 needing to obey blue flags, and just trying to find who that is. 085.
Yeah, that's Sean Thompson.
Okay, so that must be okay. So that's Sean's in B22, and he's got right behind him Adam Highland, who we had up here before in the driver skill not found entry, and thinking Sean probably just needs to step aside here a little bit, as he does, and allows Adam to get through, so Adam can continue his race without any bother. So now we've got Jaden Borg behind Bruce Keeley and Daryl Hockey. Well, Daryl Hockey's in at 18th, sorry, so he's not really in that battle, but because it's a three-way battle, kind of broken up a little bit now, viewers, and we'll just see how that ends out as we have Mitchell Searlack into the pits, Bernie.
Yeah, this will be for
and Michael Hammond as well, sorry, cut you off.
No, that's alright, I jumped in there. So that's made Ian Ford, Kane Kajimia here, first and second, and 3 laps to go, and then Kane can step aside and get Jared in that car, but Mitchell's the first one to come in. He's down in 10th and dropping. It's going to be, he's now Michael Hammond's just passed him in the pits. So that's a long stop for Mitchell, 38.8 seconds.
Yeah, sure. It is a long stop, but I guess you look at Hammond, 22.6 second stop. Wouldn't have had to put as much fuel in because they pitted. Their pit strategy has allowed them to take on less fuel at the end. So a jump of position there, and like we touched on before, the Hammond and Bent's car were running up in P1 for a fair bit of this race. So interesting to see now how they're going to go, with the other guys having to still do another pit stop.
Well, the good thing is these guys have pretty much come out and cleared traffic. There's only one car in front of them. Once they get past that car, which is about to step aside, this could help them get this undercut or overcut, whatever you want to call it, to work here, because these guys are fresh tyres now. They can really push that gap out and try to gap these guys the other guys when they come into the pits.
Yeah, certainly do. This is just strategy, Bertie, getting thrown up in the air. It's like you don't know where to think or where to look, and it's definitely playing out for the viewers at home. And I'm telling you, mate, if you're an accountant, I don't think you'd be able to work out the numbers of what's going on here tonight.
No, it's like that game I used to play with my sister, throw 'em up and pick 'em up. You ever play that game?
No, I've heard of 52 pickup, but not.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay.
She called it throw 'em up and pick 'em up. She threw 'em up and then I'd go around and pick 'em up. And,
yeah, I was going to say, mate, did she used to walk away and just say, there you go pick 'em up?
Yeah, that's how it works.
I don't think that's a game, Bernie. Just giving you a little bit of advice. I don't think that's actually a game. I think it's more to annoy you.
What? So I spent the last 48 years thinking that was a game.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is, unfortunately.
So next Christmas I'm not playing that game anymore.
No, unless it's bottles of wine. Then no, you don't want to be picking up unless they're bottles of wine, that's for sure.
Or it's a nightclub.
Sorry? Yeah, it's okay.
Picking up.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. Sorry, mate. I was trying to worry about the race and you want to start talking about nightclubs.
Mitchell's now making a move on the outside of Michael here. These guys do not want to be battling now. Oh, they've contacted and Hammond's in the wall. A big accident there. His car's trashed.
Gone down the in, or technically on the outside.
This is what I was saying. These guys did not need to be doing this. They needed to be tucking in with each other and working with each other to get that gap when the other guys break.
Yeah, it looks like, unfortunately, Michael's probably thought that there was room and has moved over to the, I guess, a normal racing exit line, but unfortunately Kane's car was still there and had a bit of overlap, and just unfortunately gone off onto the grass. Hammond's made slight contact. Oh no, he's made big contact with the wall, and he's that bootless Commodore Bernie has come back again, and we'll see how Hammond's able to handle the car. But like you said, probably these guys should have been working together rather than trying to battle each other. But at the same time, you do have to give each other racing room, and you've got to know, whether or not you've made, I guess, clearance of the car behind before you can return to the racing line type thing. So. Look, we'll see how that pans out, but hopefully these guys can get back to the front and battle for a podium at least.
Yeah, we'll see how that pans out, because Kane Kujimiya has one more lap to go, then that window opens for when Jared can get back in that car and bring that car home, and that's really when we're going to know how much that incident has cost Mitchell for track position.
Yeah, I think so too, and you know what, we touched on before not only about the strategy and the depth of the ERA car, but Brenton O'Brien was in that car. Let's not forget that he blew the engine on that car, so those guys would have had to have gotten a tow back to pit lane. They've had to replace an engine. Okay, fair enough, they get a quick repair, but they've done a pretty solid job to get that car back up into the lead at this point of the race, Bernie.
Oh, they certainly have, and it looks like their strategy was at the start of the race to sacrifice time so that they could get their gun driver in at the end, and they've played it perfectly. They've placed this car in the perfect position to take this race out, but you're right, blow an engine and they're still leading this race.
Yeah, that's right. Look, I'm sure that there's other stories up and down the field, but they're hard luck stories for everybody, as we see Kane completely out sideways down at the bottom of that corner there. and he's definitely pressing on, but he's probably burning out the tyres with that kind of driving, as Ian's now extended out to a 2-second gap over Kane. We've got some of the guys learning out a little bit over race control as well. So, we've got, it looks like Sam Sutton must have pitted as well there, Bernie. So Mitchell Sealak's moved up in front of Sam, and Michael Hammond sitting in now behind in P8. So just having a look at some telemetry here. It's been a little bit messy, but that's alright. Falzan El Nabi, Dave Baxter P10. That's your Redback Racing car there, Bernie, sitting nicely now in the P10 position. So got to be happy with that, mate.
Yeah, they're doing a great job out there at the moment. They've been in the top 10, then they've dropped back depending on the pits. But I'm looking at this gap at the moment. Mitchell, that's all I'm going to call him. Can't pronounce his last name. He's 65 seconds down from Ian Ford, right? So if you think when these guys come in to pit, how long's their pit going to be? Around about 20-30 seconds. So it's going to be close, but I think Mitchell might just have the jump on these guys.
Well, the telling story is going to be how much fuel. I mean, we know how much they have to take on, but it's going to be how stationary they're going to be in pit lane now. Ian Ford's last pit stop, including the time spent in the lane, was a total of 54.4 seconds. So if that's anything to go by, we're looking at Mitchell now 64 seconds behind, so roughly a 10-second difference on track time. But Mitchell's outlap could have been better, his inlap could have been better. Ian Ford's coming into pit lane where you need to be on that limiter at the mark and not run over it or get a time penalty, that type of thing. So there's a lot still, I feel, to play out in this race, but it's definitely going to be interesting with what have we got? 32 minutes to go, 33 minutes of racing.
Yeah, about
27 minutes to go.
We've got 18 laps, so around about 32 minutes, something like that. But we're into the 18 laps to go of this race now, so the window's open. So we'll keep an eye on Kane, because we know he'll probably want to hand this car back. But saying that, Kane's got a lot of speed, hasn't he? He's really turned up the wick in this last stint of his. And here he comes.
He's in, Bernie. He's in. Here we go. This is going to be the telling part. Jared definitely is going to jump in. We'll keep an eye on how long their pit stop is, and also we'll keep an eye on how long they have to trundle down pit lane, so the total time. Martin Carroll in as well, Bernie, so he's come in the pit lane from P3, and the one we're looking at the moment is Mitchell Sealak.
Yeah, we've got to bear in mind Kane's going to swap the driver. That's an extra couple of seconds, I think, isn't it, to do a driver change?
Yeah, it can be, but you can kind of do it within the pit stop time frame. So it's not like GT3 where your fuel and your tyre change, your fuel and your car or driver change gets done and then your fuel. It's everything can get done at once. So that's pretty good, as we've hit about the 58-second mark at the moment.
Here comes Mitchell now coming across the start-finish line. It's going to be close, but he's just not close enough. So that gap's what, 5-6 seconds?
Yeah, well, even Marty Carroll jumped in, Bernie.
And those 5-6 seconds is probably what it cost him when he had that contact with Michael Hammond earlier tonight.
Yep, exactly, Bernie. That's exactly what it will be. That time spent off track and trying to recover has cost them, at the moment, P3 position at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. And if Jared and that can swap, that means Ian Ford he's going to come out probably still in front of these other guys, Jared and Mark Carroll there.
He's in. Ian Ford in the pit lane.
So it's all about getting on that limiter, which he did, and having a clean stop.
Oh, Bernie, do you want the interesting news? Here we go. The pit lane time for Jared was 1 minute and 2 seconds total. Once he exited the lane, the time behind Ian Ford was 1 minute and 2 seconds.
So Ian should come out pretty much right on top of Jared at this point.
Depending on how much fuel Ian still had in the car, though, and how long this stop's going to take. So just keeping an eye on that without telemetry, and that's telling us how long the fuel's going for. Jared at the moment is roughly 30 seconds behind, and obviously that clock's counting down. Ian trumped it by 10 seconds.
Yeah, Jared's on the main straight now, just coming up the start-finish line.
Yeah, didn't we say though? We said roughly 10 seconds, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Hey, we're on the money, mate. Hey, anybody need any telemetry gurus out there and fuel strategies? Give us a call. We operate for a small fee, and be happy to help you out any way we can.
Yeah, it's easy doing it from up high. Well, we're down low, didn't we? Because Adrian stole that blimp and took it on his fancy dress pub crawl.
He certainly did. He's, I don't know, mate. I haven't heard from him since that the other week, so I don't know if you've been in contact with him, but maybe he's floating around somewhere up there.
Yeah, he's actually this weekend. He is going on a fancy dress pub crawl to try to break the world record. They have to get through 13 pubs or something within a certain time limit. And this is serious. That's what he's doing.
Okay.
So he's dressed up in some costume that he got from costumes.com.au, which is Nathan's business. Yeah, so that's what he's up to.
That's good to see. Like a few fellow iRacers supporting businesses out there that of other iRacers, which is always nice.
Oh yeah, you've got to look after each other, don't you? As far as I'm concerned, if businesses start backing our hobby and that, I'll send them my business, no worries.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we've got a few of those companies out there, and even the team that I run with, pretty fortunate to have some pretty good companies support us and what we do, and in return we get their branding out there as much as we can. So I'm going to plug them away because that's what the drivers do, and I'm up here commentating. But it's if anybody out there you can support the people that support what we do, then I think it's a positive for the community.
Exactly, and what do they call it, that big word? It's a symbiotic relationship. Is that the word they use?
I've not heard of this before, but okay.
Yeah, that's all. I'm not going anywhere further with it, but at the moment Ian Ford is second, but he will be first once Jeff Gauci comes in. That gap was 12 seconds back to Jared Filsell. Looking at their times, we've got to wait for Ian's times to wash out, but they're lapping in the 207s at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not Jared can get back into the groove and start laying down some low or mid 206s. Remembering his fastest time was a 206.4, so I definitely think the podium positions are going to be fought out between Ford, Fissel and Sealak come end of the race. Marty Carroll there sticking with Siak as well, but overall I'm not sure that he's got the pace to maintain to the end of the race. But hey, stranger things have happened. It wouldn't be the first time I'm wrong, and it won't be the last.
We've also got Sam Sutton, very racy, now making a move on Marty Carroll on the inside. He doesn't make it stick though, so he tucks back in, but yeah, Mitchell has passed these guys and got that car back up to a potential podium here.
206.952 from Ford. Just waiting for Jared now to come across the line to see what he's done. I'm thinking it's not going to be as quick, but let's see. Well, it was 206.7, 0.2 of a second quicker, and the gap is closing surely and slowly. Sorry, viewers, slowly but surely here. I think this is going to be an awesome battle to watch through to the end. We've got roughly 14 laps to go till the end of this race, so it's a pretty big margin to cover off. We're looking at a roughly 11 or 12 second margin there, and unfortunately Jared's going to have to be pulling out more than a couple of tenths here and there to close that gap. We're talking seconds per lap, and maybe my earlier prediction wasn't right, but as Jared said, they've pretty much done everything to throw this race away tonight, so they can only go back and review that and work out what they did wrong and what they have to do right for the next one.
Yeah, well, all three of the top guys have had issues, haven't they? Like Ian Ford, blowing motor. Jared was telling us about their bad woes. Mitchell, you know, he had the potential to jump them, but had contact and cost him a potential podium position.
Yeah, you know, I guess like we've touched on it throughout the race, Benny, this is all about choosing your battles and when to be aggressive, when not. Like that, you know, Mitchell and Hammond incident, well, yes, it's a little bit of racing. Mitchell probably could have lifted, Hammond could have left more room, but at the end of the day, it's both now cost them what was actually potentially a podium finish. Like, that's what we're kind of looking at here. It just wasn't needed. It wasn't the right time, and it wasn't the right time for either driver. Like, I'm not going to like point blame at, you know, one or the other, but these are the kind of things that as a team manager or your team co-driver, you need to be working with your other driver. You need to be spotting, you need to be crewing, you need to be not just sitting back going, oh yeah, you're doing alright, mate, I'm just going to wander off. This is a team effort, and guys need to start working that way and thinking more strategically about how they actually go and race against each other.
Yeah, that's right. It's you know, that incident, I'm not laying blame to on either of them either, but if they had have worked together, then both of those guys would have been a lot further up in this race and potentially racing Jared here for a top 2 position.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've touched on it. There's probably not more that we can say than what we've already said. Just having a look, sorry Bernie, at your Redback Racing team now in the pit lane, trying to get that last service done. Sitting P11th, mate, so you know, obviously you're going to be pretty happy with that result from where they were at the start of the race.
Yeah, and they've got the old NASCAR style pit strategy there, the nose pointing out and the way they wanted to exit the pit.
That's the way. But look, I mean, there's a few other battles obviously going on. Excuse me, I think the 9th and 10th battle could be one that's going to heat up. There might be about a 5-second gap in between them. A few little ones, there's probably gaps. You know, everybody's probably spread out a little bit now and just comfortable in what they're doing and plucking away with their own race.
Yeah, so with 12 laps to go, let's give you the top 12 positions. of this race. So at the moment Ian Ford is leading. Last time by, well, the gap is 11.3 seconds back to Jared Fulsell. Can Jared catch him? That's a question. Third, Mitchell Celiak. He doesn't look like he's got the pace to improve from there. Sam Sutton is in fourth, followed by Marty Carroll in fifth. Sixth, Michael Hammond. I think Michael's still driving that car with the whole boot hanging off it. Then we've got Jeff Gauci in seventh position. Eighth, Forzan El Nabi, followed by Glenn Postlethwaite in ninth. 10th, Adam Zeitinger, followed by Michael Ford in 11th, and then 12th, and the last person in the lead lap is David Baxter.
Certainly is, lapping up to B12, Bernie. That's some pretty quick pace the lead pack have shown. We've got down in the interview room Mark Fee. Do you want to grab him up before we kind of head into the final 10 laps, Bernie?
Yeah, no worries. Did you want to have a chat or should I have a chat? I don't care either way.
I think it's your turn, buddy.
Hi Mark, welcome to RRTV's Combox. How's your race shaping out, and who have you got in your car at the moment?
The race is shaping out pretty good. We've got 3 cars on the track tonight, but in the 717 we've got Sean Chapman's running around to finish the race off, so sort of early yellow flag probably stuffed us up a little bit. We come in early with our pit strategy, so this late stop has sort of hurt us and dropped us down a few laps, a few positions.
So what position are you in at the moment?
Currently in 18th, mate.
Okay, so you've got James Bell in the car.
No, the HCR1 car, got Sean Chapman.
Okay, yeah, 7th. Okay, got it now. I just wanted to put it up on the screen so the viewers can see it. So the big question is, I guess, have you guys had fun out there tonight?
No, it's been good. We always try and get as many cars out there as we can for HDR and also for our sponsors. So the boys cars out there at the moment running around, number 654. So that's a sort of HDR, SDRT combo. Young blokes there, so they're sort of chucking along quite well. So everyone enjoys it. It's a really good race schedule that we have here. So SDRT and RRTV are having a good time for us.
Fantastic. And we were talking earlier about race strategy. Do you have guys in the back end who aren't actually driving, working with the driver to work out fuel and what sort of number they should be driving to and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, we do. One of our other cars went out earlier with Simon Tennant, so he jumped out, gave us a bit of a hand, and got the guys in the background. Fair bit of pre-race help that we get along the way as well. So a small team, still up and coming, so all the help we can get we grab.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, we were just talking about it earlier about how important it is to have people in there that's actually talking to the driver and working out race strategy and all that sort of stuff. How have you found it with that sort of setup? Have you found it a big benefit or something that hasn't really been noticeable?
No, it's a big benefit when you've got somebody else working out numbers and fuel and everything else, because you just concentrate on driving. It's like when you're trying to work out numbers, drop a few tenths here and there, before you know it, you put the tyre on the green stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And we've got 10 laps to go here, so I'm going to hand you over to Scott and see if he's got any further questions for you.
Yeah, mate, good.
Yeah, g'day Mark, and obviously welcome to the comms box. You touched on, when you're running, you're trying to do numbers and stuff like that, and obviously having teammates in the background doing it for you plays a pretty important role with team racing. Is that something that you guys rely on each round, or is it just when you can?
No, we try and do it as much as we can, and try and have someone there, and at least do pre-race as well, like I was saying, and try and have some sort of strategy to go to. Not always the way it happens, but it pans out. But yeah, it's something we always try and get to.
Yeah, I guess you just mentioned pre-race there, but a lot of it's on the fly due to the random safety car, and tonight's probably been a little bit different because we've had one random at the start, but then we've also had a couple in between that were due to incidents, so you're continually updating or thinking on the fly what you need to do strategy-wise, fuel numbers, when to pit, and then you've got to throw into the account with that of how many laps your lead driver is allowed to do or not do and whatnot, so it could be pretty taxing on not only driving but ring, crew, chief, kind of stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. That first yellow that came out was throwing balls in the air to come in then we just made the call to get it. So it hurt us maybe a little bit, but at the end of the day, still chucking around there.
Yeah, and I think Bernie and I spoke about it earlier, but having fun in sim racing is probably the most important thing, and if you can walk away and go, you know what, you could come 15th, you could come 20th, but you could come 5th if you had an awesome battle with other guys around you in similar positions, kind of thing, and you can just go, that was been fun, can't wait to do it next time. I think that's the more important thing out of it all.
Yeah, I agree. Look, we've been plenty of these enduros, and quite regularly at the end some of the boys will turn around and say let's go again, because it is fun. Although 12 o'clock midnight it's something you want to do, but there is that fun thing. This is growing now. I mean, you've got 30 cars out there at the start, so it's pretty massive now, so for us it's a must to put cars on the track.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, mate, I want to leave it at that. If you've got any sponsors to thank and people to give a shout out to, feel free to do so, and we'll call these last 8 or 9 or so laps.
Well, look, guys, thanks for that. Yeah, thanks to you guys for providing the telecast. It's really good, everyone listening out there. Also SDRT putting it on. Also our sponsors at HTR, so Powerstone and Stevens and other panels. So appreciate their support. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mark. Good luck.
Thanks.
So I tell you what, this position 4-3rd is still up for grabs here between Sam Sutton and Mitchell. Sam's carrying a bit of damage though, but he's only 0.6 of a second behind here for that position.
It certainly is. I was just looking at that before, Bernie, and Sam's actual last lap time around was quicker than Mitchell's, so Mitchell's going to have to start, keeping his head down. Probably needs to just keep his eyes forward and not worry so much about some pressure from behind, and just set in to do some lap times where he was previously.
Yeah, and I've been watching Mitchell the last few laps, and he does have the tendency occasionally of running wide and getting a bit ragged as he does it again, coming through those corners, and he's got to watch that, because having someone like Sam Sutton behind you, it doesn't take much for Sam to pounce on you, does it?
No, it doesn't. And what are we looking at here? Just under a second. I think it's roughly about 0.9 of a gap behind it. So, Bernie, I think Ian Ford's going to actually walk away with this one. I don't see Jared, unless Ian makes a pretty bad mistake or gets caught up with some lap cars or something. I don't see Jared closing 11 seconds within, what are we at, 8 laps to go now, so
there's Ian's putting in such strong times, like the last time through 2:06.817. There's no margin to top that. You might beat him by 0.3 of a second, but you've got to try to beat him by over a second, and it's just not possible.
No, and I mean, let's look at the laps here. So the last 5, 207 flat, 206.9, 207.2, 207.3, 206.8. If we go to Jared, we've gone 206.7, 207.0, 206.9, 207.1, 206.9. So there's nothing in it between lap times, Bernie, and Jared's unfortunately not going to close that time down, and we saw him had a spin earlier on coming out of the last corner, and to be honest, that's probably what's cost him now the race.
Oh yeah, for sure, and he's got a lot of rear end damage on that car again, but he's absolutely driving the wheels off this car, but it's just not going to be good enough to pull Ian in unless Ian has a spin or something untoward happens to that car.
That's right, and I'm not going to say, and I don't want to put the mockers on him, but we've seen stranger things happen, Bernie, and I think the battle that we're probably really going to be looking at now, though, towards the end of the race is this one for the last spot on the podium between Celiac and Sutton.
Yeah, and the last time through, Sam took 0.2 of a second off Mitchell here. The actual live gap is just over 1.1 seconds it is. So there's nothing in this with 7 laps to go.
That's right, we've got a little bit of lap traffic coming up in front of Mitchell. I'm just going to see who that is. Michael Ford. So, you know, professional driver, he would just move aside. It's not for position, not even close to position. Well, I mean, Michael's sitting in 11th, but you know what I mean. And so, you know, once they get close enough to Michael, he would just sidestep and lift off the gas pedal and let them through, so they can resume their battle without any interference.
Yeah, and he'll no doubt pick a good spot too. Good to see him now. He's probably wondering, okay, where do I step aside and let these guys through?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, down, I was going to say, just before the braking area. And you just got some information come through from race control. There's an incident between car number 1, which is Fissel, and car number 27. It's under investigation.
Okay, what's that for? Contact or something?
I'm not too sure. I'm going to try and go back and find what it was. But I'm not sure what lap or anything like that it was on, so it could be a fair ways. Oh, no, just found it.
Okay, because Fissel's carrying a lot of rear end damage of that car. Okay, folks, with
must be a fair way back, I'm afraid, so we'll just have to let one know. But yeah, it's under investigation anyway, so it might be post-race penalty, something like that.
Okay, so this race is yet turning up another twist with 6 laps to go.
And there's twists and turns everywhere at this track, Bernie, isn't there?
Yeah, they're 90 degrees too, but at the moment Mitchell's got Sam, and Sam's just, you know, closing that gap. That gap now, if we have a look, is just under 1 second and 9/10 of a second and 6 laps to go.
Yeah, it seems to be fluctuating a little bit elastic band like stretches out and then comes back close and then stretches out again, but Mitchell seems to be able to maintain that roughly 1 second gap to Sam, and then obviously we've only got about a 9 second gap from Mitchell up to Jared as well, so there's still plenty to play out here, and I know we're in the dying stages of the race, but like we've just seen come through, like incident could occur, and you know, that could take somebody out from a, you know, very respectable high position within the race.
And for the viewers at home, only the top 10 now are on the lead lap. So that's all that are left on the lead lap. Out of retirements, I think we're down to 25 runners out of 29 starters here tonight.
Yeah, it's I mean, that's still some attrition. There's obviously some guys that didn't make the grid as well, but that's kind of unfortunate. But then we've got some guys as well, Bernie, that have started, qualified kind of well down. I shouldn't say well down the list, but halfway down the list to in the 20s that are now sitting in the top 10. And two of those teams that I'm looking at is the 000 car Evolution Racing Australia. Started in P26 and is now sitting 10th, and the SDRT team 4 started 15th and is now sitting in 9th. So fantastic effort really from those guys to come through the field the way they have, and I dare say that they just run their own race, stayed out of trouble, kept it on the black stuff, and look at what you can resolve from a poorer qualifying.
And that's a secret, isn't it? As we said all night, consistent laps, staying out of trouble, and making sure you're there at the end, and that's what a lot of these teams have been doing. And some of them are through a lot of adversity, as we see Jared Fulsell again running that car off the track. He's thrown everything at this car, but he just can't breach that gap. I guess with 5 laps remaining, he's now going to be possibly thinking about consolidating that second position.
Yeah, well, I mean, the worst thing you want to do now is try and press on. Sometimes you just have to relinquish, the battle and, just settle in for, P2 is a very respectable position to be finishing the race, and we've just been given clarification actually on the car number 1 that the incident between car 1 and number 27 will be further investigated after the race. So not much for them to worry about now, and no call for a pit lane penalty or anything, but obviously further investigations will continue.
I'll tell you what, there was a very close call for Sam Sutton there. Mitchell and Sam were lapping a car back there, and Mitchell got through, and the lapped car didn't hold his line, and he's come straight across onto the nose of Sam. Sam's hit him and pushed him off the track. Unfortunately for Sam, he's continued on, but that could have been a real disaster there for the handling entry tonight.
Yeah, that's where, guys have got to be vigilant about who they're battling with and where they're allowing others to pass. If you've let one pass and there's like a second gap, you've got to be aware of that, and you don't want to be getting involved in their battle. You don't want to be like, sending the guy, off the track and that kind of thing. So, yeah, it can be, I understand guys in their own race, I get that, but if you're not battling somebody and you've got like a 5-second gap to the guy in front of you and a 5-second gap for position behind you, but you've got 2 guys battling for a podium finish, just step out of it, get out of their way. So that's what needs to be done. But at the same time, it needs to be done at a safe place on the track as well. So if that driver doesn't feel it's safe to just like pull over, then that's kind of their prerogative if they feel it's not in a wise place. So it's got to be a bit of give and take from either side of the fence there.
Yeah, that's right. And I'll tell you what, Sam just survived a massive tank slapper coming from that front straight.
He's definitely pushing hard, so maybe we'll put him in a pack of front rowers for a scrum next time around and see how well he does pushing there. But that's this is a great battle to watch. Not sure Sam again is going to be able to catch. There's one thing catching, there's another thing actually getting past the guy, and I think Mitchell, if he did get caught, will play a pretty defensive role as we now head into pretty much the last 3 laps of the race.
Yeah, so with 3 laps to go, your top 3 are Ian Ford in first. He's got a gap of over around about 10.3 seconds back to Jared Filsell in second position. Third is Mitchell, and he's just trying to keep that gap, maintain that gap back to Sam Sutton. That gap now has gone to 1.6 seconds, so it's looking like Mitchell may get that position if things don't sort of go pear-shaped for him in the last 3 laps here.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm just having a look through the rest of the field. So we'll round out your current top 10. Obviously, we mentioned there Sutton in 4th, Carroll 5th, Hammond 6th, Jeff Gauci P7, Elnavi 8th, Glenn in 9th, and Zettinger in 10th there as well. So top 10 is your current guys. Oh, as we see Mitchell, massive tank slapper, and he's run wide. This is what we're talking about, Bernie. And Sam Sutton is right up behind him. Oh my gosh, that was like the worst re-entry. This is on now, Bernie. We're about to get excited because with 2 laps to go, it is on for the podium after a massive stuff up from Mitchell. He's like got into a huge tank slapper after running one of the curbs. As we see Sutton, he's had a run on him into corner 1, so try and go 2x2 through the corner, make it through nice and cleanly, and Sutton tucks in behind. What's the gameplay now? Does Sutton send it? He does, down on the inside. Massive move. Mitchell gives him plenty of room on exit to head down the back, the straight now. Sam Sutton will be in the draft, and Mitchell will be doing now. That will be the widest Commodore I think that's ever been found in iRacing as he plays a defensive line.
And I'll tell you what, the courier's just throwing his hot dog aside because he's getting ready to do some work here as Sam's...
Oh, contact! Oh, they both go around! What are they doing? This is mayhem! You've got to be kidding! They've both gone off, both got damaged and recovered back onto the track. You know who this is like helping you out? Martin Carroll. He's going to be sitting on a podium if he keeps the way he's going.
And I tell you what, look at his wheels, it says it all. This is nuts. What's wrong with these people?
I don't get it. I don't get it. I get, okay, you're pushing a little bit. Maintain the gap, boys. That's all you have to do. And Mitchell's like all over the shop. I don't know if he's got bent steering, but he's pushing on hard. But, oh, he's struggling. He's got to have bent steering on that car. We've got Sam Sutton, who's got no boot lid, no downforce. And the guy just sitting back behind him, is waving his hands, going, hey, boys, I'm on my way. Packed lunch and all.
Yeah, he's definitely got bent steering. It looks slightly down to the right as he's trying to keep that car on the track. And he's going to have to bring this in, I think.
No, Ben, he's only got a lap to go. You'd risk it. It's risk versus reward. Reward as we see Sam go wide. But it's about to start his last lap. So you'd have to press on. You'd have to.
I'll tell you what, I was telling you they were going to pack and send it, but that was like bazooka material or something.
I think it was one. I think they did a flyby drop, and the parcel's just been landed and scattered everywhere. Though that was wow, that was crazy. I really want to keep an eye on Ian Ford as he's just putting around the course now, maintaining a gap 9-second lead to Jared, who's just getting past the lap car. And then we have Mitchell and Sam Sutton. This battle's still going to be on, but I wouldn't be surprised that Sam's carrying a little bit of damage as well, and he's getting off the gas pretty quickly. So both guys really are struggling, but need to bring this home.
They're not struggling enough to allow Marty Carroll to catch him, are they? And that's the thing.
They're not, but wow, Mitchell. The incident between these two is actually going to be a post-race investigation as well. So, geez, Mitchell's locking up the front brake. We might have to return to the front, Bernie and Ian Ford. coming through the last section of the track now to finish off what has been a great race by the Evolution Racing guys. Bit of unlucky over rev early on, but he comes through the last corner now to shake the checkered flag up the hill for the final time, I believe. Surely this is the last lap. I don't see a white flag.
No, it's checkered flags coming out now. And yeah, Ian Ford takes out round 6 here at Road America. Jared Fulsell comes home second, but who's going to come home third? That is the question.
We've got a spun car at the last corner as well. Manages to start the track, but yes, Mitchell Sealak to come home P3, followed closely behind Sam Sutton. Great battle, guys. Fantastic job. And then followed by in P5 Martin Carroll, and a little bit further down the track, I don't know what you're looking at. Michael Hammond with no boot as well. And that's a battle as well, Bernie. 6th and 7th. Didn't see that one, but Mike Hammond. Oh, geez, there must be damage on that car. Jeff Gauchi in P7, El Nabi P8. That was a close finish. A few of the other guys coming through now. Glenn. And
yeah, what I was like clinching at was Jared Fulsell was doing donuts just across the finish line, and he took out Michael Hammond as he crossed the line.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he was doing donuts to celebrate his second position.
So, okay. Yeah, so after the line, I'm with you now. Sorry. I thought there must have been some action on track that we were waiting to see finish out. So, wow, Bernie, fantastic battle. Your team and my team coming home 11th and 12th there, with Heath Brennan in 11th and Dave Baxter P12. Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Yeah, you too.
You've done really good tonight, mate. I've been really impressed with your efforts. So.
Oh, mate, I'd like to thank my sister.
for throw him up and pick him up.
For training me.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, what can we say? We might get a few. I know it's pretty late, and we probably may get a few drivers up for interviews. But other than that, a great thank you to SDRT for putting on a great event, and the structure, you know, as to how they have it. I know there's a few people out there that don't like competition cautions, but if it throws in the mix some good racing, then hey, why not do it, I guess. So
well, exactly. We've seen 2 rounds where it really comes alive in the last hour or two, and it's a great setup, these competition cautions, just to bring the racing back to where it should be, nice and close. But I guess we should go through the full results for our viewers out there. And I'd also like to thank all the viewers for sticking with us tonight. I hope you've enjoyed this telecast. But let's take you through so you can see where your favourite driver finished. So well done to Ian Ford and Brenton O'Brien there, bringing that Demidov car home in first position. Jared Fulsell comes home in second, followed by Mitchell Holiak there in third. Sam Sutton 4th, 5th, Marty Carroll 6th, Michael Hammond 7th was Gauchi, 8th El Nabi, followed by Glenn in 9th, and Zoytiga in 10th position.
Bringing up P11, Heath Brennan, Dave Baxter P12, followed by Neck Hockey Chapel, P16 Taylor, 17 Bell, Sean Thompson 18th, Cloet in 19th, and top 20 Michael Rushton.
21st was Keeley, followed by Cooper in 22nd, Shane Rayner home in 23rd, followed by Michael Ford in 24th, Simons 25th and 5 laps down, followed by King, 26th, but he did not have a driver to get home, so probably not classified as a finisher. 27th was Tennant, so we're really in the retirements now, aren't we? 28th was Munro, Maloney home in 29th, and Mitch McLeod did not start.
Yeah, another great race, Bernie, really. And we've got Ian Ford, who's coming to the waiting for interview. So our winner of the round, and let's have a chat.
Well done.
Welcome into the commentary booth. Congratulations, round 6 winners of the SDRT Enduro 4-hour. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, man. That's incredible considering we were in the pits at about lap 38, 39 with a popped motor and had to drive back from a lap down.
Yeah, we were actually discussing that a little bit later on in the show. We obviously knew that you guys had popped a motor there, and probably didn't think that you were going to be in contention against some pretty big names towards the end of the race. But obviously strategy and just some great outright pace as well has got you back up there. Probably a few little errors and mistakes from some of the other guys, but that's racing. Tell us about the engine though. Brenton O'Brien on the wheel at the time, and just a pop, or what went wrong there?
He was just doing really awesome job as a co-driver. I put him on pole position and let him have the panic of the first couple of laps with everyone outpacing him. But yeah, there was no signs of like any fatigue on the engine. Like there was no big downshifts or anything silly like that. He just went into the corner as normal, and the engine just let go on the first down change. So I have no idea what caused it, but it's sort of one of those things that set up our night. I went straight in the car because he was coming in the next lap anyway to swap over, and tried putting in 69 of the fastest laps I could. And at that last safety car, I realised that we were in contention, so I just had to clear the back markers as fast as possible, and managed to come through it all right. But yeah, it's just one of those things, a bit of bad luck, and I don't think Brenton really did anything wrong. He didn't double downshift or anything like that. So massive kudos for him to jump in the co-driver's seat tonight and do such a stellar job.
Yeah, we're a little bit surprised when Brenton we saw Brenton on pole, in terms of obviously you'd set the time type thing, but obviously strategy played out that maybe getting Brenton to get his side of the stint out of the way as quickly as possible and then get you into the car as soon as you can. And that worked out. Later on we worked out that it worked out perfectly because you actually ended up with your 69th lap being the last lap of the race as well.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly fine. We were going to try and make it to that next lap, so he came in on lap 39. So there was no chance I could go over laps or anything like that. Then guarantee that our lap would be perfect. But it happened at the right time. If it happened a lap earlier, we would have had to stick him back in the car for one lap. So yeah, a bit fortunate for it to let go where it did, but at the same time, it's pretty unfortunate to have an engine let go in any situation. So just really happy to come out with it tonight, and massive shout out to MPMS and Maverick Welding and Night Rider Design for putting our car together and making it look so pretty, and just glad we actually made it to the end of the race, let alone victory lane.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Well, congratulations, and obviously another solid points haul for the championship. I think off the top of my head, is that 3 or 4 in a row you guys have cleaned up with the race win now?
I personally wouldn't have a clue, but
okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to keep the trend going if it is up that high.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, if you can pass on those congratulations to Brenton as well. Obviously a team driver effort there, so pass that on. And once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
And Bernie, I think we've got the SDC combination, Marty Carroll and Mick Cracknell down there. we'll get those guys up. The Double M show, I'm going to call it. Marty and Mick, congratulations, guys. P4, must have thought that the heavens had opened up and almost a potential podium there, guys.
Hey guys, P4 was it?
Sorry, P5. Sorry, my bad.
P5. Yeah, no, it was we had an interesting start when Marty's hardware failed, so he had to quickly come into the pits, and we were sort of behind it and on a different strategy for the rest of the race. But worked out pretty good. We had to save about 5 litres at the end of that last run, which is why we sort of slowed up a bit. But almost got a spot back when Kane and Sam got together.
Yeah, we were wondering what the hell they were doing, to be honest, and we were saying that like you guys must be like just going, yes, keep it up, we'll take the spot. So look, plenty of stories throughout the race tonight, with a lot of guys having some hard luck stuff happen, and then coming back throughout the field. Tell us, with your issue with the hardware and then the strategy that you then you were kind of off strategy, how did that play out though with safety cars that happened and the extra ones that we had that weren't the race control mandatory or option ones, and then towards the end of the race that other safety car that came out with just over 30 or around 30 laps to go?
Yeah, g'day Scotty, Marty here, mate. And it's actually had a shifter issue at the start of the race, and got through to lap 11, had to come in for an early stop and driver swap then, so we lost quite a bit of time there, but fortunately to stay on the lead lap. So the first safety car worked out well for us. You may notice we ended up coming out in the lead, with Crackers behind the wheel, and with him being a little bit injured and not 100%, he was kind enough to fill in, as both Bo, Paul and Ethan, the regulars in this car for the series were away. So for 2 ring-ins, we did quite well, and crunching the numbers there towards the end with that last safety car, we knew if we just split it up, 15 laps each on fresh tyres and see where we could come out, and we're still about 5 litres short on fuel. So that battle with Michael and Sam at the end, unfortunately, we couldn't be a little bit closer to be amongst that, as we had to pretty heavily fuel save in those last 10 laps. But they nearly gifted us a podium, so I think that incident's getting reviewed after the race, so there might be a few extra points available for the SDC red car.
Can confirm it will definitely be post-race investigation, and also the number 1, and I think it was a 27 car, also under an investigation post-race as well. So who knows, some extra points might come your way from those 2 incidents to be reviewed.
Yeah, well, the beauty with the SDRT series is that the car accumulates the points. So unfortunately the main drivers for the series weren't able to run the red car, but luckily being Michael, were able to, well, the M&M show, as you like to call us, we're able to jump in the car and keep securing the points, for that car within the championship standings. So it was quite an enjoyable race. Big shout out to Jason Bentz and Mick Hammond. We had an awesome battle with them race long. I'm not sure what happened with them with their last pit stop, but we end up having quite a big gap to them, so it was quite easy to fuel save. But unfortunately, that left us a little bit far behind the Sam and Michael battle for the podium there. So.
Yeah, rightio. Well, I don't have any further questions, but guys, just want to give you massive congratulations. Obviously, a bit of adversity to come over, or to get over there, and fantastic job with that. So on behalf of my side, congratulations. But Bernie, have you got any questions for the guys?
No, not really. I'm trying to stay awake here. But
okay.
If you've given a shout out to all your sponsors, haven't you?
Well, if not, give a shout out to your sponsors and team and whatnot.
Yeah, always big shout out to Klaus Winter Painting and Sean Cole from the Sim Pit for their ongoing support, and a big shout out to ERA. I don't know how Ian got hold of that car and wrung the neck out of it to come back from being towed to end up winning that race, but big congratulations to them. It was an unbelievable drive from Ian there.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, thanks, guys, for popping in, and we'll look forward to seeing you back on the track possibly in 4 weeks' time.
Yeah, thanks,
All
Scotty.
right.
Thanks,
Cheers,
Bernie.
guys.
Thanks, RRTV, once again.
Cheers, guys.
So, Scott, we normally look at drive of the night tonight. I reckon I'm going to give it to the winner, and Ian Ford. That was an amazing comeback drive by that team.
Yeah, I think you have to, Bernie, on that one. I would put it out there that I think every lap that he did was just a quali lap, and that was the only way that they were going to get back. And it just probably shows that you can't be complacent. And you know, we saw Jared kind of throwing the car around a bit, and you know, he likes to get it out sideways and whatnot, but has that cost them a potential victory? I'm going to say it has. Especially when he looped it on the last corner, but nonetheless, you can't take away from Ian Ford's drive, and it's a team effort, so congratulations obviously as well goes out to Brenton. He's going to be pretty wrapped and chuffed with that, although he's probably needing to head off to go to work or something like that pretty soon. So I think overall we saw great racing, a few probably mind slips of, you know, on the restarts with some gun-ho attempts at, you know, overtaking without thinking about cold tyre situation, that kind of stuff. But then once the field, you know, spread out a little bit, we just saw some neat, clean racing, and, you know, safety cars, or they breed battles and stuff like that, which is fantastic. I think they can be done cleanly, and but yeah, can't take away from the ERA and P1 again. So congratulations to those guys.
Yeah, definitely. This race had it all tonight, that's for sure. And I hope all the viewers out there enjoyed our telecast tonight of the SDRT Endurance V8 Supercars, whatever you call them. And thanks to everyone there for sticking with us. But I guess we should call this a night, Scott. I'm ready to go to bed.
Yes, mate. I'm not ready for bed yet, but it's not getting any earlier. That's why it's only getting earlier in the morning, isn't it? Really. So, but yeah, mate. Thanks for having me up here again, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and hope our viewers did as well. And yeah, we'll. I think 4 weeks was what I heard mentioned for the next round, and that's at Phillip Island. So fast sweeping track that we're going to go to. Tire degradation there is going to be pretty paramount, so it'll be interesting to see how our strategy plays out. And obviously what type of team combinations we get again. So I look forward to that, mate.
Yeah, I look forward to having you back as well, and thanks for jumping in tonight and co-commentating. It's always great to have you here, and I had as much fun as you did tonight, so that was great. I hope also, I'd like to thank all the viewers out there for sticking with us. I hope you had a good time, and because we do this for you guys. So on behalf of Scott Stevens, I'm Bernie Weemers, and I'd like to say good morning to everyone who's still watching this broadcast.